Council. I would like to call the Town Council work session to order for Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. It is 3 p.m. Roll call. No, we don't. No roll call. This is a work session.
How long have you been?
Free form. After 7 years, I still don't know what the hell I'm doing. Teddy, Drop Mobility e-bike share presentation.
Right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here today joined by Jennifer Grissom from Drop Mobility, who is our contracted operator and partner on the e-bike share pilot program that we're launching this summer. We're about 6 weeks out from our launch, and we just wanted to use this opportunity to give you a little overview of what to expect. Kind of the format we've got planned is I'm going to start with a quick refresher on why we're doing this and what we're hoping to accomplish. And also we'll look at the map of the service area and hub locations that we've got planned. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to speak more broadly about who Drop Mobility is and the expertise that they bring to the table. And then Jennifer is going to flip it back to me, and I'll recap how our targeted outreach info session for the bike shops went earlier today. And if we have time, try to pull up a draft version of the website that we're going to be launching with this. So we're going to try to get through all that in about 20 minutes and save about 10 minutes at the end for questions. That works. Okay. Okay, so it was last May, almost a year ago, that Council gave their approval to move forward with a e-bike share pilot program. And I know that was a long time ago, so we just wanted to remind us all on how this supports the town's goals. So these are in chronological order. We have the destination management plan, which called for more boots and bikes and less cars, and to establish Breckenridge at the leading edge in environmental stewardship and sustainable practices. That was 2 of the 4 goals of that plan. We've got our climate action plan, which set our emissions reduction targets, and it specifically called out discouraging single occupancy vehicles through incentives, policies, programs. Then we have our 2021, we adopted our EV readiness plan, which mostly focused on EV charging for electric vehicles, car vehicles, but it also discusses e-bike share as an opportunity for equity and inclusion initiative, offering electric sustainable transportation to people that may not be able to run out and buy a brand new EV right now. And then we've got our sustainable BRAC plan. It was in the original 2011 version, and in our updated 2022 version, it's in there too, providing options for micromobility. And our overall goal for the mobility section of our sustainability plan is to reduce vehicle trips and congestion community-wide. And these are just the planning documents. You know, there's also not listed here, 2016 Nelson Nygaard Parking, Transportation, and Urban Design Study also recommended that the town implement an e-bike share program. And I know a lot of these focus on climate benefits, but just to touch on some of the other benefits of reducing vehicle miles traveled in the town, it reduces traffic, it reduces the wear and tear on our roads and the cost to maintain them. It reduces the need for more parking and the cost to build that. I know we just spent a lot of money on a big new parking structure, and hope we don't have to spend another big chunk of change soon after that. And when you eliminate the need for more parking, that also frees up that land use space for other community needs and using it for people. Things like more bike and pedestrian paths, new recycling and composting facilities, more space for community art, interaction, and culture. Some of the things that you could reprogram it to. And going back to the climate action piece, transportation sector is the largest source of emissions, both in Colorado and in the US overall. Here's what it looks like more locally for us. This is the emissions from our greenhouse gas inventory for Summit County. It's countywide, but it's not the leading source by sector, but it's certainly a pretty big piece of the pie there. And this is what we're trying to get at. The climate action plan was a planning document. And this is the fun part, it's climate action. This is where we actually take a tangible step in implementing new sustainable transportation infrastructure that encourages mode shift, which is what we refer to when we try to get people out of their cars, or at least using their cars less. And that's really what the BREC E-Ride is all about. It is public transportation infrastructure. It is a sustainable way for people to get around town. We can ask and challenge people to drive less all we want, but equally important is also providing the multimodal infrastructure that enables people to do that. The BREC E-Ride will enhance our local transportation networks. It will provide connections to transit in the bus system, and it helps support sustainable mode share and makes going car light or car free easier. So here is our system map with our proposed hub locations. We got pretty clear direction from council that you wanted to see the hub locations. You wanted the system to be designed for locals and not the visitors, and that's what we tried to do here. This map puts a hub within a quarter mile of 14 different workforce housing developments that the town has been involved in building. And 7 of the hubs are specifically located in those neighborhoods. You know, of course, we also have to provide hub locations where people work and where they want or need to go. So you'll also see some of those up here as well. Locations like the grocery store, the library, the rec center, ice rink, transit center, 3 different parks, and you know, even a few hiking trails. And then just, it's hard to do a good map on PowerPoint, but this just shows kind of the general service area of our system. So it's roughly the town boundaries. That purple line there is our service area perimeter where we'll be operating this in. Okay.
My name is Jennifer Grissom. Thank you for having me here today. I'm with Drop Mobility. We are the equipment software provider. We also provide customer service and operations support and anything that you need. We have been thrilled to work with Teddy and his team to develop this program, but we want to let you know a little bit about us and about the product and what's going to be happening. So Drop has been around since 2017, which in the world of micromobility is actually quite a long time, even though it's grown and changed very quickly. We come in and we partner directly with cities or nonprofits, whoever wants to bring in the program, and we become a partner. So we are not there just to operate on our own. We want your input. We want to make a system that works for your town. So we work really hard to customize the system to what your community needs. We have systems all over the world. So we have, not the world, all over North America who have very different needs, and we've been able to meet each of those needs in each of those communities. So with that being said, that knows a little bit about our mission. We offer end-to-end expertise on what we do. We have the knowledge throughout our team for operations, for hardware, for software, for maintenance, customer service. Literally, we cover the gamut. So we are fully customized to BREC E-Ride. And so we've been thrilled about this project. So when I say end-to-end expertise, I really do mean that we start with, you know, the nuts and bolts of the bike. So we have picked out every single piece of this bike to be meant for bike sharing. So it's very durable. It's meant to be ridden by, you know, a wide variety of people. So it's not custom designed for one size fit. It's not like you would go to a bike shop and pick out your bike. So it's flexible. It's meant to be out in the weather. The battery is meant for that. The tires. So every single piece of it. Going further, we also develop the software in the same way. So we have software that works for the customer, for the town, to provide a service area that works for you. And I'll explain a little bit more about that later. Same thing with operations and customer service. We offer customer service for every system that we work with, and we customize it to what that system needs. We also go so far as to work with government policy and partnerships. So if you guys start expanding your bike lanes and want some, you know, information about how that would impact bike share or how bike share might impact that, we're happy to work with you on that. Main elements to a successful system are the robust hardware, the smart integrated software, and the operational expertise, which we have. And this creates a reliable, convenient, organized system for your town and for the riders. So this is what we come in with. This is our base. This is what we have. And then from there, we customize it. As you can see, this is a bike from Shift. Your bike will be branded for Breck E-Ride. But having these three key components makes sure that we are able to deliver those three deliverables to you. So a little bit about the bike. I know this is something that everyone's interested in, and I'm happy to answer more questions about this later, but I'll kind of run through the bike from the front to the back. Every bike has a front and rear light. The front light comes on whenever the bike is unlocked, so it's on continuously. The rear light flashes as the rider is pedaling. The tires are foam tires, so they're a little bit different than what you would get from a personal bike. It makes maintenance much easier, so they're puncture proof. We have the swappable 17 amp battery, so that has a long range. They can go about 30 to 40 miles, depends on how many hills the customer is going and all that kind of data, but it lasts quite a while. And the seat is adjustable, so you can go up and down. We have the lock here that is actually a 2-piece locking mechanism. So it locks through the back wheel, and then the lock itself locks around the rack. Then we have, the hub in the back. So it's a torque sensor. So it's only on when you're pedaling. So the bike is not going to go anywhere without someone directing it. And it only assists up to 16 miles an hour. We can adjust that. That's a pretty happy medium. It's not too fast, not too slow, but it is adjustable if the town decides that is something they want to do. The rest of it is mostly customizing with the seat color, the decals and all of that. So we're working on those, and we'll be really excited to show you the bike, and this is what it will look like. So this is the Breck E-Ride bike. We love the colors. We think it's bright and vibrant. We like the crisp look of it. We worked hard to make sure that the logo mimics, what's going on in the town. So that's the pretty bike. The software here, this is just a little view of what a customer will see. So when they log in, they pull up the app, they log in, they've created their account, they'll see where the bikes are, how many bikes are at each hub, and the battery level of each bike. We have the Bluetooth and GPS tracking, so it's pinging in 2 different ways. So we know where bikes are at all times. It's really customer intuitive. It's really easy for a customer to use. And if there is a problem, we have customer support available through the app at the customer's need. And then this also provides all the data sharing points that we have. So we know where rides start and end. We know where they're going. We share all that information with you. So it makes for a really nice experience. It's, like I said, it's very intuitive and easy for the customer to use. Additionally, for the maintenance team, they have an admin app, and you can see all of the information they'll see there. And we're able to customize this as well if there was something they wanted to see that wasn't available in our regular offerings. So they're able to see the bikes, the battery levels, if there are any trips that are not where we want it to be, if there are any trips that just seem like they need to be checked on, if anybody's reported anything, they have a real-time information here. And this is where, like, Teddy and his team will have access to this, and they can create, coupons for free rides for an event, and can adjust hubs and things like that. So we have access and can support all of that, but we also allow you to. This is kind of a visual of what it looks like when you geofence the service area. So you saw Teddy's boundaries there. So the service area is the large area that we've geofenced, and then each hub is geofenced within the service area. So we can say you have to park a bike here. The bike cannot be parked outside of these hubs. If it is, there's a financial penalty. It immediately pings the customer, and it also immediately pings our maintenance team, so they know to go get that. Generally, what happens is the customer gets the notification and immediately corrects the problem. So we have like a 98% compliance rate. Rarely do we have customers ever not leave a bike a second time the way it should be. This is also how our maintenance team knows how to balance. So in this example, you see 26 and 7, that's an unbalanced system. So they would immediately go to that hub where there's 26 bikes and rebalance them to hubs where they needed. The lock I explained a little bit about. There's a little extra piece here to the puzzle. So once the bike is locked to the hub, the customer is prompted to take a picture. That photo is then submitted to our customer service team and they approve or deny it. If it's denied, the customer gets an immediate response and the customer service team will very gently educate the customer on how to correctly lock the bike. Otherwise, we say, good, you're good to go. And the bike's happy. This is also a way the maintenance team can see what's really going on without having, they're physically at every hub throughout the day, but if there's a hub across town and something's happened, they see that image immediately and can go help or do whatever they need. If there was an example of somebody not having a camera, they can easily contact our customer service and we'll work with the operations team to confirm everything. So this is what makes our system a little unique in that we do work with the customers there to hold them accountable and to be part of the system. It's a quick 10-second activity that they have to do. And then signing up is really, it's very intuitive. It's just like everything else. You verify your phone number, you verify your email, put in your information, and then you can start writing. For our customer service, they do have to go through a series of slides about how to use the system, safety features, and we customize all of this. So we've been working with Teddy and his team to make sure that we have in this app for Breck eRide exactly what this town needs and wants. So we're putting a lot of specialized information in here and notes in here about staying safe and how to use the system. And then they can also contact us. They can access the FAQ page. They can give us ratings. We can also push out surveys through this. So there's a lot that can happen with this customer service aspect of the app. And our data collection and reporting, you can see this is just a sample of what we pull and what you'll have access to. So, throughout this pilot program, we'll be able to keep you updated on where people are going, how long are they riding, how, distance-wise and time-wise, where are they starting and ending? Is there a hub that's out of place that we need to adjust? So we're able to look at this. This is real-time data and, we send it however often you want it. If it's per week or per month, then we'll work with Teddy to make sure that you have access to that and get regular reports.
So like I mentioned, we did a targeted outreach to, we invited all of the bike rental shops in town today to come out for an outreach and info session. We had 6 people register, we had 4 people show up. And we also received written comments from Alpine Sports in an email. We presented the program goals, a lot of what you're seeing here, and we talked about the pricing model that we came up with. We talked about how we've deliberately designed the pricing model so that, the 4-hour the bike shops are running, most of them are at full day. Some of them are open to doing a 4-hour half-day rental price. But our full day to use the Breck eRide for 8 hours would be $228, which is about 4 times the cost of renting from a local bike shop. If someone wanted to do 4 hours on a Breck eRide, be $108, which is about double what the half-day rental going rate is at the local bike shops. So that was one of the things we shared with them. And then we also just talked on the differences between bike share versus bike rental. We really do see them as 2 different use cases. Bike share, what we're trying to do here with the Breck eRide is designed for transportation, short one-way trips, usually 30 minutes or less. It's designed for locals. That's why we've got the local membership options. It's to help them get around without a car, run errands, commuting to work and back, getting to an appointment or event, and just having to be able to get around town without the parking, paying for parking and the traffic. Bike rental we're still going to be sending the visitors, directing them to the bike rental shops. That's for anyone that's looking for a recreational experience, a longer ride, and just the freedom to have a bike and not have to worry about checking it out at a hub or anything like that, returning it to one. So that's really some of the differences.
What kind of comments did you get from them?
A lot of it was them listening. They were just kind of curious about it, but I was expecting sharpened pitchforks and angry mob, and actually there's a lot of just kind of head nodding, taking it in, some just general questions about just the technical aspects of how it works and all of that, but they were generally okay with it. And they just wanted to keep the dialogue open as we go through the summer's pilot program. And that's exactly what we're looking to do. So we want to hear from them throughout the course of the summer. So
And we'll know, we could know daily or instantaneously if we're seeing bikes going north, right?
well, we can see where the bikes are going, where the trips are happening. So, we'll be able to compare notes and see if we're getting any of those.
So if you
types
get
of
to the end
trips.
of the geofence, does the bike shut off?
No, it doesn't shut off. There's a lot of safety issues with that, but it will ping and start giving them notifications. So it'll let them know they're out of the service area. And then they'll be directed to turn around and come back to it. But also, we don't want it to turn off and then they get frustrated and just leave the bike. We want them to actually return it.
Was they
So
in Salt- Where did we go?
Yeah.
Park City.
Park City.
Park City, they just shut off.
But I
That
mean,
was
it makes
cool.
you turn around immediately.
yeah.
The one issue with that is that Drop pointed out is that if someone rides outside of the service area and the bike shuts off, and they don't have the pedal assist, then it's hard for them to get back sometimes. And sometimes that can anger them and make them want to just toss the bike in the ditch. So that's just kind of a behavioral thing we're trying to avoid as well there. But
So when you do the app, you put a credit card in, obviously, that's how you pay it.
You do. Yeah.
Okay, and Scott Reed, is that seat gonna be wide enough for you? Seth? Like, well, okay, all right, okay. Does a helmet come, do you guys have helmets, or they provide their own?
They do provide their own. We do prompt them in several ways, several times to wear the helmet.
Yeah, well, okay.
And this is a sandbox version of the website that we're looking to launch alongside it. It's not live yet, but just wanted to quickly show it to you, give you a peek at it. Kind of runs through the deal with the pricing, the locals memberships, how it works, giving, pretty clear, easy to understand instructions for people on how to use the thing. This is where the map and the service area will live on here. It's not there yet, but that's where it will be. We're planning on putting this kind of education on the website about the differences between bike share and bike rental. Same thing I showed you in the earlier slide. And we're gonna have a little directory here of our local bike rental shops as well. We're gonna list them out on there so that if people are looking at this list and they're like, yeah, I am looking for a longer ride around Lake Dillon, and then they're automatically right below it. They've got a list of local shops in Breck where they can rent a bike from.
I'd like to
And-
see you guys do, I mean, I'm sure the app and the website is informative and comprehensive. I'd like to see you do kind of a little video, kind of blasted on Facebook, kind of a user-friendly, when we did we did the paid parking, we just did a little video and just a little, maybe.
Looking for work?
No, I became the face of paid parking. That was enough. But yeah, something like that, and just, bombard it with Facebook, Instagram and all that stuff. Just, and it wouldn't be complete information, but enough to get people to go to the website.
I
How
think
about some live signups at town cleanup and town party.
that's what we're hoping to do. I was gonna have one
Did I
more
jump
slide.
in? Sorry, man.
No, you're fine.
Can I ask a question about the hubs? Is this a sort of a regular number of hubs for this number of bikes, or does this feel like a lot of hubs?
No, this is it's about normal. We usually have 4 to 5 bikes per hub. Yeah,
Okay,
that's average. Any bigger than, some may need to be bigger and we'll adjust as we go.
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, my last slide was this one, just saying we are launching on May 20th, Town Cleanup Day. We would like to do a small little ribbon cutting ceremony. If any council members would be available and interested in participating, just talk to Peyton about that when you're signing up for your grilling shifts.
Were we
So-
talking about doing that right at 11 before we start, or did we pick a time?
I was targeting 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock after
It's all bloated.
after everyone's exactly eaten. I don't want to stand in between the food and people, so probably be right after lunch, around 1 o'clock. So
Is
we're-
there a QR code that's going to be on the front of that you scan to download the app or to sign up or whatever you have to do?
Yeah, it'll be on signage at each hub and then on the bike itself. And so that'll do that. Also, if they were to scan this, even though that's to unlock the bike, if they don't have the app, it'll push it to the app.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And what is the sign up time? Like what is the barriers to entry? from the
Oh,
time is it?
like maybe 2 minutes? I mean, it's pretty standard sign up. So you log in or you open it up, you put in your phone number, put in that code, and then you'll verify your email address. That we like to have 2 points of contact. And then it'll prompt you to pick your membership option and then put in your credit card information, and that's it. So
Does the membership option, if you don't put in a local zip code, does it show the local pricing?
it'll
Or
show
is it-
it, but it won't approve. So if you put in a non-local zip code, it'll push you to customer service, and customer service will work with you to prove that you live or work in Breckenridge. Does that make sense?
Will our guests see what our residents pricing is?
They will, yeah. And they'll be more directed to the pay as you go option.
Right.
Yeah.
And then if the parking in a non-docking area, so someone picks up at the rec center, they go over to Eric's to have a beer and just parks outside of the building. If it's not in motion, it's going to start dinging you, or do you just pay for the time that?
Yeah, you pay. So basically the meter's running. Yeah,
And then a couple more, I'll be done.
that's okay.
For example, if you had, one of the things on the slide was that it was good for is to go to events, right? And so if it's me and I got one of my kids with me who doesn't have a phone or anything like that, can I get 2 signups, or like how, was there an age restriction? And how does that work if you're trying to get a family into town?
Yeah.
To the last mile?
It's a really good question. There is an age limit. It's 16. You do verify that you're over 16 when you sign up. You do have to have your own phone and app. So if you had that for your son, for example, you could log out, log back in, check, do an account for him, check his bike out. So you could do that. It does just take more time. So there's not an option just to check out 2 bikes. At this time, that's how we've set it up. That's something that we can definitely look at as we go.
And
Somehow we need I'm sorry, just on that thought, we need to limit it to 1 phone, 1 person.
Oh, and we can do that if you
Because
like.
otherwise, I got a feeling that you'll have some Airbnbs that will try to skirt this around and have bikes for their rentals.
I think that's how it is currently. It is you have to have a phone and then 1 account
Per
per
phone.
phone.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
you verify that phone number at first.
Right.
So, yeah.
So say, like Jay was saying, go from the rec center to a restaurant and you're gonna go in and have lunch. When you leave the bike, I'm assuming you'd lock it if you could,
Mhm.
but can you make it so that the bike won't function unless you're on it? Like, in other words, you're in a restaurant and you're not gonna, and you can say, put the bike on mute.
But there is that option to do that. We don't have that feature for eBay, but we can talk about that. Yeah.
I'm saying so no one takes.
You're using minutes if it's sitting outside that restaurant.
Right, I just don't want, I don't want to be in a restaurant and someone takes the bike and rides away
And then
and
you
I'm
have no
paying
way
for
out.
their ride.
What he's saying is.
And lock
you
it up.
should Find a dock and dock.
Right, but what happens if is there a dock in front of every place I want to go?
There is a way to, there's kind of 2 options that you could do there is one, you can lock to bike racks outside of a hub, but you can't end your session.
Yep.
And then that bike is still reserved under your name and the meter is still running as far as your minutes. But no one else can come around and take your bike while you're gone. So it's great for something quick if you're running
Yeah.
into the store to buy something really quickly or going into the library real quick to check, return some books. You
Yeah.
can do that if you had that concern. The other option is you can ride to a hub location, end your session,
Yeah.
go in. But the only issue there is that, once you end your session at the hub,
Somebody else can
it's
take the bike.
available and someone could come and
Right,
take it.
right.
But those are kind of the 2 options, I
Okay,
think.
all right.
But that is the point about, putting it at a dock is we have a person that's monitoring that. So if they ever saw that, there's only 1 bike there, they're going to bring more bikes,
Yeah.
so we do monitor that and make sure it's rebalanced pretty easily. Yeah.
couple different, in a different direction. Not logistically, but you have a service team. You mentioned it a couple times. Are you bringing people in to be here? Or are you hiring people within the community, or what is the,
How are we doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, we are hiring someone that's local that lives here, and we will train them. So ideally, they will have some maintenance experience. We're currently looking right now at those resumes and have that open still for a little while. But yeah, we will come in and train them. They'll have all the tools they need, all the spare parts. We have, I'm going to look at some locations for warehouse tomorrow. So we do all of that, but we do want it to be someone from the community.
Hey, what's that black thing behind the seat tube?
This,
Yeah,
that's
that's the motor,
that's the lock. No, the motor's in the wheel. This is the lock.
not the cable, that big black thing.
There's two locks.
Oh, there's two, okay, all right.
You take this.
This is what you have to take a picture of.
And you wrap it around.
Yeah, yeah,
Thing, and it goes through here,
yep.
and then.
Oh, all right. I get you. Nice.
Then I would take a picture,
Okay.
unlock it,
Yeah.
scan, and I'll show you that when I do that, and it pops up.
No,
Way too.
Is there a hub at the Riverwalk?
There's not. Not for this year's pilot program. Again, it's one of the nice things about it. It's very scalable. So if we decide we want to continue the program and add more hubs and more bikes, we can do that and get it at places like the Riverwalk Center.
Can you do movable hubs for events?
Or like a
Want me to take
temporary-
it? Yes, yeah, we can, so I thought that's where your question was going. Yeah, if there's a concert and you're like, hey, we want this hub just for tonight. Absolutely. We just literally, Teddy will open up his app and draw the circle where he wants it geofenced. And so, yes, that's very, very doable, very easy. And we have a lot of systems that do that.
and what do the hubs look like? Is there any sort of like infrastructure? Or is it just kind of you must have an outlet, you plug it in. That's the hub right there?
It's a keyboard.
Oh,
Keyboard.
okay.
Locking rack, right?
Yeah, it's a
Seen them in some places,
we go.
I'm sure.
It's a
Get out.
bike rack.
Oh,
The
okay.
batteries are swappable. So the batteries actually go back to the warehouse to charge and we
Yep.
swap them out. So they don't charge at the dock, at the,
All right,
Oh,
but
it's the one that's at the rec center.
there you go. Yeah, it's just the town's green rack that we got some put out last year. So it's just one of those racks, and then there will be some kind of sign to go with it, identifying it as a hub. This is one from Ohio, but ours will be custom for us, but it'll look something like that next to it. So
People in Ohio, they need e-bikes.
And if it's already full, the app won't let you. There.
that's correct. You have to go to the next closest hub. I would say, these are 5 hoop racks. You can do 2 bikes per hoop, so up to 10 bikes can go at any given hub. But if it's full, the message is you just have to find the next closest hub to end your session.
yeah, and ideally it wouldn't get full. At that point, the maintenance team would be pinged. And if for some reason there's a hub that just continues, it's just always full, then like, just for like an event, we would just maybe extend that geofence and work to get a few more racks in there. So.
What's the financials on this? Is it a revenue share? Or are we just paying you? You mentioned coupons and things like that. I was just wondering what the
Yeah.
implication was.
So we have a contract with Drop. It's just under $250,000. Half of that is being paid by CDOT for the grant. And then part of that contract, Drop gets to keep the revenue, but they reinvest 10% into the marketing and outreach for the program for next year if we do that. That's how the deal is structured there.
Thank you.
I'm curious, you've launched in Vail, I think I heard you say.
Yes.
Great. What was the uptake like there?
It was very successful. So that we've only been there for one season. It
Yeah.
was great. I just got a report about their planning for the next season. They're working on expanding, so they're getting some more funding for that. They have what we consider a very successful system. They have an average ride time of just what we want, like 30.1 minutes. And then they have, I don't know the statistics on how many bikes and hubs they have, but we can definitely get you that information.
Ballpark, how many trips a day, or like, do you have a metric there that's?
They had 7,400 trips taken over the course of their entire summer, but they started late. I think they didn't get to launch till June. But 7,400 trips, over 21,700 miles, and
Wow.
that was a reduction in about 8.68 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions.
That's a lot of miles.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what tools do you use to kind of increase ridership and like what strategies in your mind? Yeah, what do you use if like
Yeah.
we're not seeing enough riders? Like,
Like our marketing and plan. We do obviously use a lot of the social media and the free assets there. We work with social media accounts that already have a great following for Breckenridge and ask to partner with them. Sometimes we do takeover days, things like that. We have contacted the Summit Daily. I think so. Our marketing person who's working on that. I love the video idea. We'll do some of that and push that out. We also work with, we would like to work with some of the, city events that are already happening. So town cleanup day, exactly. Like we'll be out there doing kind of a grassroots, like person to person. This is how it works. So we'll come back for events that you have. And then we will do like the promo code. I think you saw when Teddy showed you the website. We'll do some, discount codes. If there's an event, we might do a code for that and things like that. So
any communities do like incentive based, like per mile for like employees or anything like that? Because to me, like 21,000 miles is awesome, right? If we could get to
Yeah.
20, 30, 40, 50,000 miles of use on these, like that's a huge win. And, in my mind, it's important for us to invest in that kind of stuff. So
yeah.
So some of that might be, we might try to cover with our Mayor's Challenge program, and we are still in the process of researching different technology platforms and to help us with that, but some
Got
kind
extra
of
points if you.
incentive programming for that to get at what you're talking about, kind of, yeah.
Last questions.
Part of our sustainability reporting that we do at council meetings, we'll come back and give you some data to kind of show you what we're seeing and what's happening.
cool. And
What's the season? How long
One-
is it lasting?
Through Halloween, October 31st.
When they all end up in the river.
Oh, yeah.
from me, would love to see some Be Like Breck, maybe consider chatting with Tessa and the BTO crew, because this is awesome stuff. So good work.
Cool.
And thank you.
Anything else? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy.
She's not gonna be
I
able to move
think,
that.
I
from
think
there.
Scott might need a wider seat.
I want to see how they ride this out. Are you gonna ride it out, Teddy? Ride it
Come
out.
on, see what you're made of.
Ride it out.
Yeah, we can see how easy it is.
Oh,
to
God.
Boo. That is lame.
Scott, come ride it.
I'm with you, Teddy.
What's the over and under on the number of bikes in the river?
Don't give that idea.
Here she goes.
What do you mean? Remember the last guys? There was a bike in the river every day.
No, don't say that while Jennifer's in the room.
We're not done with that.
All right.
Let's
Just-
go.
I'm gonna jump the river.
I heard you can ride some of
See?
those things.
Thanks, guys. Planning Commission decisions. How many call-ups this evening? Oh, I forgot Dick was
Oh, yeah,
on the
Dick.
call. There he is up in
Yeah.
that. Like,
He's like God.
he does look like God with that
Yeah, he
beard.
does.
Any questions about 7 gas fireplaces?
No, I had a
I
question.
assumed there was.
In, that was a lot, but in the minutes here, there's a question about the definition of a bedroom in the planning code versus the building code. I just wanted some.
Go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. There is a difference between planning code, building code, and even short-term rental licenses. I know there were some questions last meeting about that. The way that we view the bedroom, sizing, a built-in closet, and then kind of egress is all different between planning, building, and then short-term rentals. Short-term rentals is going to be the strictest, and like an armoire, other dressers are not closets. Like closets have to physically be built in. But then for building code, potential sleeping rooms, you could have a no closet kind of ordeal. And then for planning, we require a closet, but an armoire is kind of a allowable closet fixture.
Does that discrepancy cause conflict? And do you think there's a reason to align those definitions?
In my short period with the town, I haven't had too many discrepancies come about. But I think in the long run of things, it might be something that we should clarify, just with ongoing short-term rental aspects and some other questions that have come up. We might need to address it in the
It
future.
was very frustrating on short-term rentals.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it'd be great if all
How
three
the
of those
county looked at it,
aligned.
what we look at, and what we're doing, and I'm like, why do we have these different? Why can't we all get under one?
We probably could get the building and planning aligned pretty easily. The thing with the short-term rentals, my understanding is part of that is based on how the county defines it. We're trying to be consistent on that and the assessor's records. And because that's pointed out is, if the assessor shows it as, a bedroom,
Mhm.
then we need to be consistent with that. So it's a little more complicated when we try to match up short-term rental with building. We've looked at that, but we can see what we can do.
That'd be great, Mark.
Yeah.
It's problematic from the prior leadership in ComDev.
Yes.
Yeah.
You mean John Warner?
Peter Griffin.
Oh, yeah. God, he was a bomb thrower.
Other questions
Well, I don't really know what I can say.
about what? 7
Yeah.
fireplaces? You can ask questions about why there are 7 fireplaces.
Is there a way that we could not, or that we could put a max of indoor fireplaces? I know we're dealing with the outdoor stuff, but
Yes, we could. We could put it in the 33R. We could establish some max where you get negative points. Essentially, if you're putting too many in, I guess we could even set a threshold altogether if
Max
we
also.
wanted to, but.
I mean, I think it needs a max. I mean, clearly it needs a max besides just points.
But it's too late for this one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, this one didn't, yeah, I guess, but it
It's still
didn't
too-
go
it's-
through,
it's
right?
still in the-
So,
It's in process though, but it would be worth looking at as a code revision.
yeah, I mean,
Council agrees to
Yeah.
have a look at that.
You ruin it for everybody.
Yeah. yeah.
Sure. I'll put it part of the third. Yeah.
Any thoughts on what might, just a range of what might be acceptable? I mean, we can come back.
Why
again.
would you ever need more than 2?
2 interior, 1 exterior.
All right.
Like, come on.
You just have like a picture of.
Jay's got one in
flames
his bathroom.
around.
Jade's not saying anything. He must have 8 or 9. in his-
I still have a wood burning.
I do have a wood burning, actually. I like 2. I agree. I don't think it can be a relative. I think it's got to be absolute.
Clearly. And then with the landscaping, the only reason that was allowed to be an offset was because we don't have REMP yet, right? Because I thought we got rid of being able to do landscaping or was the landscaping for the
No,
driveway?
the way our code works right now, Kelly, is any of those points are fair game. And so 33R is just one of 50 policies
Yeah.
that we work with. So if they can get
Offsite,
points in any of those other, and landscaping is 22R. So if they get points there, it offsets what's in 33.
Why did you say offset?
Offset.
Oh, offset. I thought you said
I have a
offsite.
list.
We don't allow offsite, but offset. Yeah. Scared me.
Sorry.
Does 33R impact the number of indoor fireplaces at the moment?
There is a,
Yeah, but there is this provision that Steve said we should invoke. He's the one that made the suggestion, Steve Gerard. Section C, it says where excess energy use, negative points can be associated with that. Essentially, if it's not addressed elsewhere in 33R. And we've only used that section before, actually, for positive points. For like, it was when we had someone propose like solar panels on a home. It was before we had like HERS ratings and that. So to give them some positive points, but it also allows negative points to be assigned there. We've never done that before, but Steve pointed it out. And so that's the avenue that the planning commission decided to take.
I guess or describe what with indoor fireplaces, gas fireplaces, is that less efficient than the in-floor radiant heat or what, or forced air or baseboard, or like, are we going after the right thing here? Does that make sense?
Yes, but here's what I think is really important, and I was gonna mention to Mark, we need to start getting the message out about Excel's plan to run a new gas line at a huge expense that all the ratepayers will have to pay, potentially longer than that system is going to be usable. And I think that's important that we start getting the message out that limiting gas to these properties is in the community's best interest, so we don't have to put 150 million into the ground to run a pipe from Vail to provide the adequate gas supply for the community.
I mean, is gas fireplace about heating or is it about ambiance?
It's both. They do heat, but they only heat a small, I mean, I think we need that actual information. The gas fireplace doesn't heat your whole living room. It heats.
I don't have one. So that's why I was asking the question of like, what is there's obvious reasons why exterior gas fireplaces, like why we're targeting that, but what's the, what are the ramifications of an indoor fireplace?
I'm sure
And if-
Jesse could find that for us before we bring this as a code.
of her head.
Probably does.
I could wager a guess, but I don't know for a fact, so I won't.
There are situations in smaller dwellings where if you have a gas stove, I mean, like a wood stove, but gas fired, where it does provide pretty good heat.
And obviously, I don't think that's the intention on applications such as,
Any place that has 7 is not a little
when it's
single room.
5,100.
Well, I mean, a place like I'm referring to would probably likely only have one, so it's a non-issue, but.
Anything else? Good guidance on a couple of things? Excellent.
Thanks.
Sure. Just what we needed, more work. We're not coming back. All right, legislative review. We start with Stables Development Contract.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We are here for the second reading of the Stables Development Contract. The purpose of this is to outline the roles and responsibility of both the town and our development partner throughout the entirety of the development. Once approved tonight, next steps will be the master plan, which we'll be discussing later this evening. And then from there, you guys will start to see some subdivision tracks, and we will also then come back to you with the restrictive covenant draft for any feedback.
Questions? Jay?
There was mention of a warranty in there, and I'm trying to remember. I think I highlighted, but I was curious, is there going to be a builder warranty for the tenant
Yes, so this comes with a year warranty from CO.
from CO? And then we talked briefly 2 weeks ago about having access to the builder contract and, whether that was going to make its way into this. Did any language get added on there?
Mayor, Council, just so we're speaking in the same kind of terminology, we did get some really good protections around design defect, I think, and some of the construction defect indemnities. Does that answer your question, or if not, can you kind of elaborate on what your question is?
I just think with new technology that homeowners, especially our workforce homeowners, would want to be protected against some new technology going bad 366 days after CO. And what would the ramifications be? Because it would likely be expensive.
Mhm. Well, this is an agreement between the developer and the town, and as well has some protections against design defects because the developer is, I'm not exactly sure how structurally they work, but they're responsible for the design. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Do you have an idea of how we covered that?
When we discussed that, we had discussed not the potential liability that would open us up to if
Mhm.
we dove into their contracts together.
I mean, we are protected, the town is protected from potential liabilities like that. And so I guess it depends on when that sort of claim would come forward. I can look at it more before tonight if you want me to, and hopefully elaborate more.
What do you think the time frame is between CO and move-in?
Usually immediately.
Yeah, a week.
I mean, most people have,
Already
they've got
was.
the house
Yeah.
and all they're waiting for is CO, closing, move in.
It's
Usually
within the
within
week
a
at Smith
week.
Ranch.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, why don't we do it move-in instead of CO?
Yeah.
That might be too hard if, you know,
I know this, I know we thought about this. I think we probably just need time to go back and recover our steps. So I will try to get
I
that.
mean, I think
before
it's very
tonight.
hard for us to ask. We could always ask, but I mean, we saw this in all of the Wellington, right? It's a 1-year warranty on this stuff. And if it's 366 days, it is what it is. And I tell you, there were some flawed issues with
But
some stuff.
I would
that
say,
people-
honestly, Rick, I think that our inspection staff should really do a good job inspecting these units. Because there were a lot of defects in the Wellington that just were overlooked. And I think that that's our obligation and as the governmental entity to make sure that they're built the way that they were intended to be built. So Rick and his team needs to go over with a fine tooth comb.
We went back to Blue 52 after the fact, right? Because there was some stuff that was done and the town went back in and made some corrections to things outside of the warranty because we felt there was some responsibility, but that was our project. And so we just, we felt like we were doing the right thing to go in and fix some things that happened. And so.
Is this the first, no, this isn't the first project we have that's no gas is being run to the place?
It's the first for purchase.
Yeah.
And so, I guess that's where I was coming from is that, we're building this for our community, our residents, our workforce. And, it's great that the town's protected. But I think with cutting edge technology in which that the town is inputting 30K per unit, not for subsidies, but just for this net zero portion, that our residents should be protected, knowing that they're moving into a state-of-the-art cutting edge unit where, as we've seen, it may not be flawless, and those flaws may not show until the first winter, which could be darn close to a year out.
I will say that there are different avenues, just from a construction defect standpoint, that do protect those exact type of things. And it's significantly longer than 1 year. I believe it's 7. And on that note as well, some of the stuff that we have been seeing of mechanical issues, I will say that this builder has done this significantly more than any other developer we've worked with that is trying this new technology.
And I love that, and that's wonderful. They just probably haven't done it at 9,600 feet.
What did you say about 7 years? There's an option for a 7-year kind of guarantee or
There's some
warranty?
other stuff, and we got into this before because we had some construction defect that we ended up doing because, there's still a responsibility when you have that something is designed and built to operate a certain way. And so there's rules around that, and it's a whole, expert set of law that deals with that stuff. And so there's recourses. If somebody went in and built something that was flawed and, it's not it's not that the 1-year warranty just expired and we had a lemon that went out. It's a flawed system that was built and sold.
Mhm.
So.
So are you comfortable that we're covered?
I think we'll hear more. And there's a lot of parts, right? It's new stuff. We, with Alta Verde, the electric bill is built into the rent,
HOA, yeah.
right? In this case, it's not, like, it's going to be additional. And so if it isn't efficient, if it doesn't, and I'm all for sustainability and going electric, it's great. But there's a lot of unknowns when one of our residents shells out $600,000-$700,000 and we're subsidizing, on top of that. It's just there's a lot of unknowns for just to go, well, let's see what happens.
But I hope when people are doing this, that we're able to give them, I mean, we'll expect this to say that we expect the amount of solar that's gonna be on there, what percent is that gonna offset? All of that kind of stuff. So you go into there with your eyes wide open when you're looking at it. I think to have, my opinion is if you create too much guarantee for people, you're creating a burden on a builder that is just not doable. They can't carry enough insurance that gonna, give this certainty to buyers over too much stuff. So I think what's happening is a fairly standard process.
Agree.
Factor is very important that we need to remind these homeowners that they do have an annual maintenance that they need to complete, or these systems will not work, kind of like anyone else's home. So
While the development agreement is open, I'm curious, do we want to set aside a few of these units for key positions at the town? I figured I'd ask now instead of a year from now when we're like, oh, we should ask. So is there value in that? Does that help us at all fill some of these vacancies that we've got sitting out there?
You know what, I personally, I feel like we do a lot. We've got buy downs, we do stuff. I think we've got other units that we've held on to, 3 bedrooms. I think this one ought to go out.
Okay,
We've
great.
already made a couple exceptions for the Sand District, but I think we ought to sell them.
Okay, just wanted to ask.
Questions?
As I sit here and listen to the conversation, I'm not sure I'm going to have a better answer tonight, so I might as well weigh in finally here. I do think we got some really good protections. Design defect and construction defect is the hardest thing in these sort of things, even as the town sits in. And we heard at the state, like, those are reforms that need to occur in order to free up affordable housing projects like this. But because we have good protections for the town, I think that frees us up to do things if there's problems down the road with design. So I feel like we've done the best we can, but we'll talk between tonight.
Thank you, Kirsten.
And Rick, just to be clear, I was suggesting that we set aside units for possible employees to buy, not us buy them for them. Okay,
Yeah, either way, I feel the same on that. So,
great. Thank you.
Other questions?
thank you.
That is on for second reading also. Manager's report, public projects update.
Have open space plan.
We have open space, don't we?
Open
Oh,
space.
shit. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Yeah.
Open space master plan adoption, because I really want to do this. That's why.
Yeah. That's a Freudian slip right there.
Freudian slip. Let's get this bad taste out of my mouth.
Good
Diane?
afternoon. As you know, we have the second reading of our open space and trails master plan on the agenda this evening. There are no changes from the first reading, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
No,
Hey,
I don't chew my
thank you.
cabbage twice.
Thank you.
Walk.
Cabbage.
Don't have to walk down.
No, public projects.
Yeah,
Is that a saying?
I don't chew my cabbage twice.
It is from the 20s,
Yeah, it's back-
maybe.
Back when I was in high school.
So yeah, old he is. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. In the memo this week, I did highlight that we are starting overlay and concrete work. We did not start this week. Still too much snow stacked up still, so we will be starting next week.
Hey, what's going on French Street, just as you come up the hill, right up in front of that, like, Edelweiss or Val d'Isere or something? You know, they had a no parking on the side of the road. There's all the, as you heading to the south, you go up, up French Street.
Current construction's happening there?
There's like, no, there's parking on the side of the road. And then they kind of blocked it off and said, no parking, you'll be towed. And I didn't know if they're doing an overlay there or not.
I'm not sure. I can look and get back to you.
Not sure.
Hang on.
On Front Street?
Yeah, French, it's like French
PJ's
Street.
house?
Yeah.
Before his house or? by
Yes,
his
before
house?
his house.
Behind the brown?
No, before his house on the, yeah, hang on.
Residential, new construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. I took a photo.
Of the no parking space?
Yeah. See that? No parking, tollway.
You need to show them. Looks like they
Can I approach the bench?
can.
Will you approach
Absolutely
my
not.
bench?
Absolutely not.
Right there. Don't go to my history.
James, are you worried?
They're not permitted?
Where's Jim Baird? Send him.
Oh, no way.
They're on sandwich boards. Come on.
God, if I was there, I would have made a citizen.
Sandwich board?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, we gotta go. No kidding.
Yeah, it's with the flowers.
Nice job.
Yeah,
Free.
yeah. I'm the sandwich board knock.
We'll work with that homeowner about what's going on with
Yeah,
those
we-
signs in the right of way. We've worked with that homeowner in the past on some improvements and some flowers and some
Yeah.
other items, but
Yes.
it's those people.
Okay.
Do you want me to go talk to them?
Those people.
We'll take care of it, Jeffrey.
Are you guys worried about runoff at all this spring?
We typically have meetings this time, startup meetings for spring runoff. We meet with all the other towns in the county. Currently, the Upper Blue Basin, Hoosier Snowtail is only at 82% of median. So there's not as much snow as, kind of what even though we had yeah. So we are starting the runoffs, starting to have them. There's a call on the river already, for downstream, some of the water rates for fill and stuff, but worried, I don't know if that we're worried yet. It really depends on the next, weeks of weather, which could change significantly as we know, but right.
On the rainy day, that's going to keep him awake. Any questions on anything presented?
He does mention, I think it's monumental, right? Last season of the Tarn Dam. And we are like, let's get this in, let's get
Right.
this thing done. Shouldn't be any surprises. The only real thing that James and I are talking, weather is the one thing we can't control. That could,
Shannon
but
can.
right now we expect everything to be done and
Okay.
hopefully we're not jinxing it by saying that, but.
Yeah, the work that's left for this on the schedule, I mean, again, the weather's the only thing that could really move that around, but even there's still some opportunity to make schedule based on that.
Good.
Want to point out, going back to overlay and concrete, sorry, I got sidetracked
Yeah.
by Jeffrey. I want to note that there is going to be a closure of the North French and North Main Street intersection for a few days. So there will be a detour and that will be somewhat impactful to businesses on North Main.
I read that in your packet.
We'll update when we have a firm schedule on that.
There's May, right?
Probably the first week of May, that's where we're targeting.
Close.
I will continue to be your eyes and ears.
Appreciated.
And any other part you need, I'm there. I'm there. Send you this photo?
Nope, got it.
Other questions?
The only other thing that we wanted to bring up, it wasn't part of the packet, but I do see a couple handouts there. There's a map of the McCain master plan. And one of the things that with the development of the Stables Village, as most of us know, the stables, the horses are up there. And now that that's going to be developed, there's a need or a location for the sleigh ride horses. And so we've been discussing this internally and with open space and Scott Reed specifically about where to locate this operation here in the short term. And that's really one of the questions that we do want to kind of just put out there. It doesn't necessarily need an answer today, but just the longevity of the sleigh rides. We are running out of real estate. That's no surprise with the infill, the development around town. And what we've identified, at least for this next year, and this really came at the contractor asked if there'd be any possibility for any town property to site his operation going into the future. We've also asked him to take a look at, contact all the private folks in the area too. So he's been in contact with some of the states and some of the other folks that we probably know that live up to Swan, and they're on Highway 90 that have horses. But everyone's hasn't offered or hasn't, it's been kind of financially prohibitive to engage with any private areas. So we have identified a half-acre parcel on the McCain, and that's what's indicated there with that star that's on the Public Works area for the short term. And as that map also indicates, there's some uses that will start to fill in pretty quickly with, development of Block 11 and as I mentioned earlier, Stilson parcel. That it's not a long-term solution, but we just wanted to get council's feel for if this would be okay to reach back to the contractor, or if there's another direction that we should pursue.
Annabelle, Ann, was this the same area that?
Annabelle.
Ann, I don't chew my cabbage twice. Ann, is this the same? Okay, all right.
James, would this impact operations for next year?
Not for next year, and probably we are going to start moving onto the site pretty quickly. And again, it's all kind of being driven by the Block 11 development. And then we are also going to be starting to move some of the stuff off at Stilson as well. So there will be need for this, but we feel pretty good that we could accommodate this for at least this next season.
He's gonna have to build like covering and stuff, right? Like stables. Won't it have a roof?
He may need a lean-to. The one thing about it, if you were to drive by there today, and I've said this to a few people now, the area that's identified here is pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. So there's no shade around it. It's going to be it'll be, you'll see it from the highway, of course. We did try to site it in an area that was easy for him to access off of Quinn versus having to come in from the north side.
So there could be some sort of structure.
We did, I think Scott did talk to him about potentially doing a temporary structure on the site.
And you've checked out all the places, the golf course it could go?
We did look at the golf course, Jeffrey, and one of the issues that we identified is just the water quality, because some of the areas that are kind of open are also surrounded by willows, and from thinking about water quality, we didn't want to have an issue there.
Is everybody okay with a year?
Yeah.
No?
I'm a no. What are the other options?
Do we have anything opening up in the service commercial area?
That so far, no. That's to answer the question, Eric, but to answer the question about other options, there's really few to zero that exist. And I guess when I say few, I don't know what they are.
How about DNR kennel, that kennel place? What's that?
The way it's zoned.
Oh, okay.
Limited.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So you're a no. Are you, Kelly?
I mean, yes, for 1
Yes.
year.
Jay? 1 year. Carol? Mr. Bergeron?
1 year.
Yeah, I'm good for 1 year also.
Yeah, I'm also 1 year, but I'm concerned that these things often, when we do 1 year, turn into more. I'd really like to see it in the service commercial if anything comes up.
Well, if all he needs is a half acre, I can't believe that we can't.
On Tiger Road?
I bet there's a half acre in the Highlands.
Push somebody out of there.
I think there's a lot next to
Not a-
Kelly's place.
Not a half acre lot.
Tiger Road?
We were, it was in communication with with Brad, he had indicated that he contacted folks up the Swan up Tiger, but there was nobody that had any area or willing to do a deal, I guess.
Oh, this gives him a year.
A piece of property up Tiger Road, but we'd have to clear trees to make it work.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mobility. Wow. That's a pro move right there. Are there any questions of these weak numbers? Anybody want to grill him? All right. Okay, you're off the hook, Halsey. Sustainability update. Look at Teddy run.
Yeah.
See, that's what I like.
That shows a good attitude.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah, yeah. Soon he'll be e-biking down here.
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. Most of the details are in the sustainability update. I did just want to recap a couple of outreach sessions that we've had related to pay as you throw. We did have our public forum. Kelly and
Jay.
were both there. Did I miss somebody? Yeah, Kelly and James were both there as well. We had about residents who attended. And at least one rep, if not more, from all of the haulers. So people had an opportunity to talk to their individual haulers and actually have a conversation Q&A with them. So we felt like that was but not as high as we had wanted. It was about the same in Frisco the night prior as well. So also included in the packet was a letter from Timberline that you all saw that has generated some really good questions, some calls into Timberline. And we're hoping that Waste Management will similarly have some communication to their customers, which will generate the same type of response and sort of Q&A back and forth with the community. So that's all good news. We also pivoted from the mailer and we'll be doing some targeted outreach through the water billing as an alternative to that. And we'll continue to supplement with other advertising and marketing as we go. Related to the plastic pollution out.
Talk about pay as you throw.
Yeah,
first.
yes.
So I think eventually something I'd like to talk about is biweekly for everybody.
Okay.
We're gonna have people make their trash smaller. Why are we having the haulers I mean, there's a huge carbon footprint with those trucks every week.
Well-
So currently, we're on bi-weekly for our house, but now that's gonna go away, which whatever. I know they're coming up there anyway. But it's almost an inconsistent message that because you recycle, you'll have less trash, but we're gonna pick up every week. And there's a sustainability piece to that I don't know that we've thought through. So I'd like to examine that at some point.
So couple of things, first of all, it's not required. The haulers could still choose to offer every other week. It is a private business decision.
No, I know, but why aren't we forcing them to do every other week?
Because we didn't have that direct conversation, but we made the recommendation because of the customer, what information we were able to get from the haulers around their customer makeup. They had only a handful of customers that actually had every other week pickup, like yourself. And so those trucks they are going
Right.
every week anyway. And so there wasn't a critical mass of that. And then related to recycling, when every fifth house has recycling, it's not efficient for those trucks. I mean, those trucks are still on the road and they're only picking up every fifth house. And so on the recycling side, we're answering a lot of questions like, why do I have to have recycling if I'm taking it to the drop center, for example? And there is an economy of scale related to that truck being on the road. What you're saying about making everybody go to every other week, I think it is a big step when we can't even get people to downsize their trash. And I think we're going to hear more information from customers as we do make this change to better understand if that's feasible. But I hear you and I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm not saying today. I'm saying as this program matures,
Yep.
that would be a great next step.
Yep.
And it would save the
Absolutely.
haulers money.
Right.
And maybe that's, so.
And potentially, I haven't seen this in a community with private haulers, but potentially requiring the days that they come through Breck, so they're all coming through.
Same time. Yeah. Anyway. What were you
Bad
gonna say?
idea.
What were you gonna say that? Yell at me about something.
No, now that you've agreed that we wouldn't do that right away, then.
No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, that would be a huge lift. Yeah.
And Jesse, great job working with Timberline on that letter. I think the letter got a lot of information out, captured what town's trying to do
Yep.
and didn't point fingers. So thank
Yeah,
you.
just really appreciate Timberline's partnership and willingness to let us review that letter before it went out and having us part of the conversation. So yeah, kudos to them as well.
I just think, it was great having the haulers there. And I don't think there was enough appreciation, or not that there wasn't enough. They were very appreciative to be thanked for being part of this conversation and being at that forum and available. And I thought that it showed a great community benefit of, their arm was twisted and yet they're still there and somewhat happy to be there. So it was great.
With that, I don't know if there's a way for us to send them a thank you, whether it would just be a card from council or if we should
Okay.
send them a
Flowers.
Some hats.
Town of Breckenridge cup. But I was really impressed that they were all there.
Yeah, and some of them with teams of
3
there.
people,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Yep. Great. So on
Plastics.
plastic pollution, we've had 2 public, local business roundtables, although today's was less local and more industry related, but there are also folks that have been inquiring about the policy. So today was really great because we were able to recap where we're at, as opposed to sort of ideas about formulating where we think we want to go. And then got some really good feedback related to, so the Wine Institute was there. Saserac, I think was the name of the local distiller or the distiller who was there. And then we had a representative from our local Sinclair who was also there. And so we had some really good conversation. They really pushed, if I could come up with a takeaway, they really pushed post-consumer content for plastics as opposed to banning plastics for all types of beverage containers. It's where the extended producer responsibility bill is really headed for the state, and it's where a lot of producers have invested a lot of money in. So from their perspective, I think the post-consumer content was a place where they were willing to be more flexible. But having said that, I think everyone in the room understood what we were trying to do and how we got to where we are, and they were thankful to be part of the conversation. And Jay, if I'm missing anything, Jay was there this morning as well.
It was a little bit of a lighter audience than we had hoped, but the content was really good. And it did exactly what it was meant to be. It flushed out some really big realities that we're dealing with. And we're facing the 8,000 pound gorilla, in Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, Keurig. It's going to be a challenge where it was good to hear some of those comments.
Yep. Great.
REMP.
So on REMP, nothing to update except that the plan right now is to bring back a draft ordinance for workshop on May 9th.
Mayor, we talked this morning, you mentioned maybe having the REMP discussion during council retreat. Would
Mhm.
you like them to plan for May 9th or plan for the retreat?
I'd like to do it at the retreat so we have more time to actually talk about this instead of shoving it in the middle of the meeting, because I feel like we're spinning our wheels. Not with your permission, but we're not giving you what you need out of this. And I'd rather have it at a retreat a week later to really put this thing to bed, if you're okay with that. We're talking about May 16th for a retreat. You gonna be here? Yeah. You don't have to be there. That's okay.
You
We'll-
actually do.
We'll take care of everything for you.
And
I get your
just
vote.
to clarify on this, I know there had been some talk and Jay had some questions related to kind of our energy strategy as a whole, and then it sort of came up again with planning commission decisions. I was gonna work on sort of an energy 101 or 201 demo for you guys, but is that something you want to have as part of the conversation or get that in advance so we can really home in on REM?
It'd be great
Trying to.
in advance.
In advance, okay.
Mhm.
All right, so I'll continue to work on that. All right.
Awesome.
And then material management fees trucking along. The deadline was April 1st. We've had 89 businesses, roughly 60% make payment. We're a little over 50K in collection. So we're just continuing to do outreach, just a lot of confusion around facility use, trash service. So we're continuing that conversation. And then the last thing before I turn it over to Teddy Quick is the rec center staff, John Dorr, has been working on trying, particularly for events, to provide alternatives to water and plastic water bottles. So now that the plastic bottles are prohibited this summer for town events, we are looking at potentially purchasing a hydration station or two. We've run this idea past the events committee subgroup working on waste. And then we also talked about it at the broader events committee last week. And also with the BTO, who has some additional suggestions beyond just events on where we could deploy this. So I think we're looking for general head nod from this group if we want to pursue this, if it's a good idea. The lead time is far enough out that we wouldn't probably receive these until late summer. So it might really be better for a 2024 project. But we could potentially get them in for, call it Oktoberfest. But I just want to set expectations that there is a lead time on this right now.
I mean, what's so difficult to get these? It's just a trailer with water.
Someone has.
True.
Wait, so
I mean, they build them on order.
I mean, we could
there's
do
a
a
line.
we could do a cistern with some spigots and it'll be the same thing.
Well,
It just
so.
wouldn't look as trendy. No, but you know, we.
So I have a question that's kind of related to this because maybe the smaller ones are faster to come. But John, when we talked about this at events, and I know you told me the measurements, but I didn't really realize, like, I just can't imagine a scenario where 16 people would all be filling their water bottle at the same time and there would be a line. I mean, I think it's okay if there's a little bit of a line. So, and I know that one of the things was that we would like park this in Blue River Plaza.
Mhm.
And so I guess for me, this is too big. And so I was wondering if and I'm sure that with events, there's a little bit of a different use than just like ongoing use, but do you think that the smaller ones might be on shorter order?
Yes, so the prices range from 15,000 to 55,000. They have about 5 different models. And it does take a while for them to prefabricate and make these, and they are in demand. This company's been around for 15 years, pretty good references. I've really looked at like UV, keeping this thing outside, like would it last? How would we store it? But it is a quicker lead time for smaller devices. So that is something that we can look at, and it would be less of a cost burden to start with. The biggest thing for this is we ordered today, probably the week, we wouldn't even have it for the 4th of July, which would be a great showcase. And then just thinking of how the plastics pollution ordinance really goes into effect next July 1st, I can go through, this is a Ken Hilt fleet thing. Like we have to register these trailers. We have to store them in the winter. There's just a lot of variable information that I want to make sure that I cross my T's and dot my I's with before pulling the trigger on it. But also the town of Frisco has some smaller things that actually their public works department has put together. So maybe we look at a smaller scale and kind of dry run, and I can come back to you guys in 2 weeks with what those costs and what those would look like.
I'd love to see the smaller one, especially if we're going to put it someplace permanently. and
Well,
not
I'd
just-
also, not to make the lead time longer, but it'd be great to have something where the trailer part was removable.
Mhm.
So, and a panel that covered the wheels. So the front panel, you could install a panel so it doesn't look so janky. Because it's not great looking. I mean, I know they
Like
try
what
to.
we require on our carts. so that-
Exactly, like we do on our cart. So it's in particular getting rid of the trailer bar. And, that shouldn't be a big deal to make a removable.
No,
one,
yeah, I
so-
think they can aesthetically make it more appealing to look at. Those are great questions that I can bring back to that
Awesome.
organization.
Good.
Thanks.
Is there a working group on like single-use plastics? I know BCA has brought up some concerns and certainly been working with you, but is there a crew of like BTO, sustainability,
Jesse Burley?
So
TA,
related,
John?
related to events, we had a subcommittee really conducting a lot of research and looking at what other towns had been doing. It was separate from the plastics ordinance, but now that that's effective, it's sort of, we kicked it off with them. But that was an ad hoc committee that kind of had a timeline, and we've sort of wrapped up most of what we were looking at. So there's nothing moving forward beyond what we had just done.
And I just,
But our, Jesse is our resident expert. She's got a great staff in there. I think as BCA is looking through questions they have on
Yeah.
different stuff, I think I'd like them to start there. See that we're vetting any of these proposals to see, are we gonna move away from keg beer? Are they gonna solve this issue with glasses, right? And what you see when you pour, are we gonna need different refrigeration if we're gonna go to bottles and cans and expansion of that refrigeration area? Those are things that they're thinking about right now. So.
exactly. I'll point them your direction. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. Great. Teddy?
Okay.
One behind, so let's.
Okay.
Yep.
Fleet EVs, we're getting the decals put on this summer for the town's electric light duty
Like that.
fleet vehicles. There's a picture there in your packet. And then EV car share. Real quickly, it's a partnership between the town, Excel Energy, and Colorado Car Share. Excel Energy is paying for us to install the 2 dual port chargers. Town is the site host. We're providing 2 parking spaces and the parking structure, and Colorado Car Share is providing the vehicles. So it's a Subaru Solterra, Toyota BZ4X are the models that they told us they're going to do. They're going to be equip them both with snow tires and ski racks, bike racks. And we're trying to get those vehicles here around June of this summer.
Thank you.
Righty, housing and childcare.
When Jeffrey comes out of the restaurant and his e-bike is gone, he can grab a car.
Yeah, we could put the e-bike in the car. Hi, Lori.
Hello, good afternoon. We actually had a meeting this morning, so we'll have some minutes in your packet for the next meeting, but talked about rolling out the maintenance policy to Wellington to provide incentive for maintenance. Going to start rolling that out in May. Talked about the next steps in the lottery process, and we're going to be coming back to you with a discussion on the lottery and lottery priorities, that kind of stuff. Talked about Prop 123. Might as well opt into that and give ourselves the option of applying for grants in case anything comes that we could use. Talked about buy downs, and we're moving some of those, and it's great. We, I think, have 8 that have either sold or under contract right now. And so seeing lots of movement on buy downs. Housing helps. Obviously, the county's decision to cut back is a bit concerning. Could potentially impact how many units we're able to get through housing helps this year. Our goal is 20, but we'll have to see. They were a big contributor to that program. Other than that, Alta Verde, 93% full. And Kimball says there will be a wait list once they get filled up. She is really saying that the issue was their ability to process the applications and just dig through so many that did not qualify. But there were plenty that did qualify. But Justice Center, our boxes are on the factory line. So that's going to be exciting. And if anybody is interested in going over and seeing the plant while our boxes are being produced, we'll probably try to schedule something early May.
That's in, what's in Salida, Buena Vista?
BV.
Oh, BV, yeah, that's cool too. Yeah.
Lori, is there a maintenance like what you did at Wellington? Have you done an update for all of our
The other neighborhoods, we've already rolled them out and offered people the option to opt into that upgraded deed restriction.
Okay.
And we've done Valley Brook and Blue 52 and all the other neighborhoods where we're leaving Wellington till the last because
Okay.
it clearly is the most challenging because of the old deed restriction. Our new covenant is significantly different than the one they have.
And I heard from someone at Monarch that they might be interested in.
Yeah, we were talking to somebody from Monarch
Okay.
today. Their deed restriction is even worse than any of the others.
Rid of that.
Would love to
Sorry if-
offer them the
Sorry, I
opportunity. to
may
opt
have
in.
given you.
Fading West plant in BV. How do you get to it?
It's right, where is it an airport?
Across
There's
from
a
the
little-
prison, you know where that is, right?
Across, oh, it's
Right
there?
across, towards the mountain from there.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
On
You'll
the
see
prison side of the highway? On the other
West
side of the highway.
It's on the west
Okay.
side of the
All
highway.
right, cool.
Big, huge industrial
All right.
warehouse. You will see it.
Yeah, we're gonna go there with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell them who I am.
I sat on a panel last night with Lori and Dave Asklin, and it was super fun, and she's super smart. So we're very lucky to have her. Everybody
Yeah.
was
It
impressed.
was a good panel. That was a great panel.
was
Having
fun.
Dave there was awesome.
That was
as a
awesome.
Partner. Cool.
Did you guys read about the 140 spaces in childcare between
Yes.
Copper and Silverthorne?
Yeah,
So Copper's adding a facility as well
Sweet.
by November.
yeah. I might have kids. Yeah, why not?
Corey's actually been really busy working on childcare the last couple of weeks, just because it's mid-season. And so going back and checking all the incomes, people told us they were going to make such. We made the awards based on what they told us. So we go back halfway during the season to see if they're
That's
right
brutal.
on with their projections.
That's tough.
It is.
All right, thanks. Committee reports, there was nothing, but if you have a question. Okay, town attorney.
Mayor, Council, this is a placeholder for state law updates. It's been a whirlwind of, it's pretty incredible. So this highlights just some of the things that we've really been intensely involved in. I think it's worth commenting on 213, and I know the mayor is so well versed, but we have seen so much active opposition from Colorado Counties, Inc., counties and commissioners, metro mayors, and of course, Cast and the Mountain Resorts. So we don't know when it will be scheduled for action, maybe Thursday. Before I move on, do you want to add anything else to that one?
No, I was going to talk about it later in my.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So that's, no.
I hope
no,
I didn't
totally.
steal your thunder.
No, not
There's another bill that people have, everyone's so focused on 213, but 1255,
Yeah.
House Bill 1255 is another really concerning bill. What is something I've never seen in my career is all these bills are allegedly able to go retroactive and take away things we've already done. So this, we don't have a growth cap, but it's the breadth and scope is unbelievable. And then we rely so heavily on CML to do the work for us when CML has a seat at the table, which they really have not in the land use arena, but labor and employment, we've had some really broadly worded bills that we've been active in taking a role. There's a Public Employees Workplace Protection, SB 23-111, which we did send a letter because that bill is going to local government and housing, which, as you know, Senator Roberts sits on. So we'll see where these land. The session will close, I think, May 8th. So there's an ambitious agenda that needs to occur in the next 3 weeks. If you have any questions, let me know.
Does 1255, have you looked at it in light of our Joint Upper Blue Master Plan? Because while that doesn't, it's not growth restriction, it does limit.
Yes, it's a good question because as written, now I was told today by CML that they accepted a CML proposed change that they thought made the bill better, but I don't have the language yet. But even as amended, the bill says any local public policy, any local law that arguably kind of interferes could be repealed by this. Sobering. I always have sobering information. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? We talk about some of this stuff later. Events committee update. Any questions? Questions?
No.
Good. See how fast you got that?
Yeah, no.
I learned.
Thank you.
One quick thing. Thank you for springboarding this whole sustainability thing with the plastics ordinance because, and I also want to say a big thank you to Sarah Wetmore from the BTO because she has already put this online and all SEPA's moving forward. Now we'll have all these requirements. So
Sweet.
kudos to her and kudos to you guys.
Thank you.
So thank you.
John. Grants update. Do we have any questions?
We got a big fatty.
I know, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Solid work.
Thanks
Good
for
work,
that.
Yeah. You
Afternoon.
Norwood girls really know what they're doing.
Any questions? I don't really have any groundbreaking updates
is-
since our last. Okay,
This is great.
perfect.
Yeah,
This was
good
easy.
work.
Thank you.
Sent a few of them out there.
Yeah. Good work. All right. Stilson, Master Plan Town Project Public Hearing.
Good evening, or
Hey.
afternoon, rather, Mayor and Council.
Whatever it is.
We'll have the public hearing tonight. We can't go into super specifics right now of technicality, but if you have procedural questions, we can answer those.
I am going to ask him questions about snow shedding and solar,
Okay,
but I'll ask them tonight.
okay. And I did want to point out the architectural renders in your packet. Those are conceptual. The architecture could change. The overall form will be what is appearing there as far as large sheltering roof forms to accommodate the solar panels. But the architecture could change going forward.
Okay. Other questions?
Oh.
Thank you. Community engagement discussion, Norris Design.
What does this mean?
These are all trails. So I'm assuming this is the trail leads to the Liesel's Luge Trail. Same with this goes up to the, this is that High Point Trail here.
Hmm.
I think those are.
Gotcha.
Hi, sorry.
Sorry.
No problem. I saw that. So today we want to discuss primarily our outreach efforts here on the front end of the design. You know, I imagine there's going to be another big outreach effort once we decide what this project looks like. So I want to just make sure that council understands this is just one of the first of probably multiple different phases of public outreach. We're really looking for some feedback on if our program is robust enough and if we're getting to the right users.
All right, great.
Okay, who wants to start?
Just want to get right into it.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Okay, well, there was the two items in the packet. I did want to thank the BTO. We met with Lucy and Bill to talk about survey questions and best ways to engage the entire community. And so thanks to them for assisting us and looking over our questions after we developed those. And then, yes, you had all the information in your packet. So if you want to choose going through the engagement schedule first and the outreach approach or the survey questions, just let us know which one you want to go through first.
I have some
Anybody?
comments on the survey. So I think it's great that you're working with the BTO. I mean, they've done it. They know how to reach people. They know how to format a survey. I think it's important to include a map of the area we're talking about, as I've had conversations and I mentioned, oh, we're really looking at the Riverwalk. Everyone's like, oh, the Riverwalk Center. So I think having the map will really ease some confusion. As to the questions, I think they look great. The only thing I would add is one more maybe open-ended question at the end. I think in the past with BTO surveys, we've gotten a lot of great ideas or color to the survey by having open-ended questions. I know there's one included, but maybe one more on what do you hope to see?
No.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Dick?
I wouldn't assume that that people know what the names of the waste, the waste, the trash enclosures are. So on the map, label them with names so people know exactly which ones we're talking about when they're taking the survey. And then I guess, are we just doing questions now, or I'm concerned about the timing of the survey being in May. I'm afraid we're gonna miss some important people, being out of town in May.
Sure, we can move that to June if that's preferable.
Yeah, that'd be great. I also want to make sure that we pointedly go to all the businesses on the Riverwalk. This can't just be a random survey because, I know how people are. They're going to say, well, we never even saw the survey. We need to make sure that we visit every business and tell them they need to be part of the survey.
Survey will be the broad brush to get everybody, and then we're gonna meet group by group, block
Okay.
by block with whoever wants to come. And I'll probably end up meeting with a lot of individuals as well. Some have already reached out who own a lot of properties along there.
Look at Eric, under the engagement plan, task 1.3. There's different segment groups identified. And so each one of those will have direct contact in addition to survey opportunity.
Then we got to make sure we're also engaging with businesses that use the Riverwalk that aren't on the Riverwalk, like some of the bike shops.
Mhm.
They need to be part of the discussion too, how they send, like the Pedigo, craniology, for instance. Want to make sure that we talk to them on how they send people out to understand what their business model is.
We'll add that.
Elena, I had a question about question number 6, and it's the write-in that Carol brought up before. Do you expect to get good responses to that question? It seems, I was trying to think of how I would respond to that question, and I actually had a really hard time even determining what I would say. And so I'm a little bit curious. I don't know if we're talking about this at all at the retreat, but I'm wondering if we should give a few options, maybe like from what council priorities for this area, and then give a few options and still keep it a write-in, or if we should just keep it a write-in and just let people be creative. I'm just not creative,
Right.
so that one's a real stumper.
What are the options? Like what would people write?
Exactly, that's the way I felt. when I read it.
5.
5 first.
You could use it for walking, biking, fishing,
Skating.
skating.
Sitting and relaxing, don't use it. And then how do you want to use it?
I'm just expecting people to sort of refer back to the one before.
We'll have to have answered the question before. When we have an open-ended question like this, what we're looking for is consistent language or consistent ideas that are reappearing multiple times so that we can apply essentially data
How
to
do
it.
you use it, but then how do you want to use it?
Right, how do you use it? How do you, there could be some pretty interesting responses to the question. But if,
Well, that's fine.
There's
I mean,
other-
I don't have as much experience, and Carol right away said that she thought that one was great, and she has way more experience with surveys than I
I mean,
do.
it's definitely tougher to sort through, but there are opportunities. You see recurring themes, something we didn't even think about
Right.
to bullet out.
I do like that, as I do worry if we put options that people won't give us any new ideas, so I definitely see that side.
I don't know how I want to use it.
You have time to think about it.
people might want to have more ways to touch the river that are less busy, as an example. That is something that someone might write in because you can already get to the river in certain spots, but maybe the other spots that they wish there was more opportunity for that.
If it's possible, I'd like to see a question that asks if people noticed the temporary improvements we made last year and what they thought of them.
That's a good idea.
She liked that. I think she
Well
liked that.
played.
That got a moan.
That was a concurrence, a mode of concurrence.
See how many people have said, I didn't notice the blue.
Yeah.
I think we should be sure to engage partners that might help us, bring some life to the Riverwalk, like the BCA and, our nonprofit community, help animate the flow to really utilize it once it's complete.
Had a great discussion with BTO about how to engage the private property owners and the storefronts that front both Main Street and the Riverwalk and how to make improvements to their frontage on the Riverwalk. Understanding the limitations are with staffing, but animating their windows, maybe doing some art partnerships, things like that. So that's definitely on our radar as well, Dick, to really work individually to make this holistic and really elevate the level of aesthetics back
That-
there.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's great. And maybe down that same line is talk to ComDev about how, we might create some incentives to remove parking from back there.
I think there's some discussions on parking, signage, things like that. So we want to make sure what we're offering and incentivizing jives with code.
Anything else?
From a materials management perspective, do we want to take a step back and look at maybe an overall strategy for, I know this is a topic fraught with all kinds of options, but take a higher level strategy look. A couple weekends ago, ran into a fellow that he runs the last mile logistics in Vail. So he's dealing with all their food service, and they've had some tremendous success reducing traffic and basically they deliver all the food to a small warehouse, and then it's electric shuttles back and forth. And as we look at that river zone, is that a way for us to do better with getting food delivery out of there, trucks out of there, getting trash out of there, and then really kind of bringing the river back to more of a pedestrian zone rather than a service and trash and recycling zone.
So are you saying you want to put that into the survey, or are you offering another topic for the project discussion at a later point?
I see here in May, June, July,
Okay.
you've got 4 or 5 lineups there for materials management. So from a strategy and a vision perspective, and this fellow's offered up, and I think Jesse, like in previous councils, you guys have met with them. But I don't know if Jay or Carol or I or other folks are missing that layer, but yeah, I wonder if that's an opportunity for us to do a lot better, make sure there's better service for the restaurants. Maybe it's a smarter way to get composting done efficiently and kind of look at some last mile
I
logistics
get what you're
options.
saying, a more holistic look, because we were going to start tackling those segment by segment, block by block,
More holistically, exactly.
holistically.
Take a higher, do we want to keep doing what we're doing, or do we want to change how we do it?
One of the things Eric would like to do during our retreat is more of an in-house and really have an opportunity for the 7 of you to have a more holistic discussion to say how do we really see this? What's our end result we're looking for a little bit? Because I'm not sure everybody's on the same page, and this has been a challenging project.
Sure.
Thinking something at the retreat.
Yeah, I was thinking that we could at least give you some guidance about more overall, because we do have different opinions block by block. And I think we need
We always seem to have time constraints in these work sessions and everything we
Yeah.
do. And so part of what we want to do is spend a little time on some of these things that we just
these bigger
want to
things.
hammer
and-
out a little
yeah.
more.
And I'd really like to look at the whole stretch of the Riverwalk path,
Okay.
so that everybody can talk about the whole thing, not just block 1 to start. So we have some consistency for you going forward.
And that's where I was going with
Okay.
that. I don't want to talk
Sorry, I
about
was
the
super
Watson
confused
shed.
that you were.
I don't want to talk
Yep.
about the Watson shed if we're going to change
Right.
if there's a vision here that
Yeah.
aligns and makes it all better.
We're pitching a May 16th retreat is what I heard.
Yeah.
We haven't asked the council yet if
Moment.
that works. I'm going to propose that. But while they're all sitting here, they can be looking at their calendars to see.
So definitely, Todd, to answer that question, yeah, we can have a nice discussion about overall, and then we can resequence some of these other topics as needed. No big deal.
Thanks. And I love that we're doing this. So thanks everybody
Good
for,
work,
this
Jay.
is a huge opportunity, I think, for the town. So thank you for the hard work that's about to come.
Anything else? He's furiously typing. What's going
Oh, he's trying to figure out how he wants to use the Riverwalk.
Oh.
He's blocking off the retreat
Yeah,
because it's a
he's-
priority.
So we're good on the survey questions. We're hitting enough groups in addition to the ones suggested, and we'll fiddle around with the schedule a little bit and get that going.
Call it Riverwalk Path. Or
Walkable river. It is a little bit confusing.
I think people tend to think of the center when we just say Riverwalk.
Riverwalk shared view,
Rec
shared
path.
view. use
Riverwalk Rec
path.
Path. Or, I don't know. You can come up with something. that-
Okay, so just a
So
longer
people know
name,
what we're
so-
talking about because we want them to know that it goes from
Yeah.
Kremling to
The ice rink.
Yeah. No.
at least in the
fair
first
play. Come
phase,
on,
from
Jeffrey, keep up.
Watson to the other end of Park. So
Great, thank you.
awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
The Father Dyer Development Agreement Work Session. Made up time. Oh,
Yeah.
Usually anything with the Riverwalk takes an hour.
I just pushed it off to May.
Yeah.
Mr. Truckee.
Afternoon. So almost a couple years ago now, the council approved development agreement for Father Dyer Church to do an addition to the west, and there was a need for a waiver from some development policies to allow that. And so that's why we had the development agreement. And it's good to announce that they are proceeding with that original plan. They had actually, you may recall, came back with a truncated plan, and now they've managed to raise the resources, the revenues to actually go forward with the full plan on that. But so they hope to start construction here fairly soon. And the next month or two, they're going through building approvals right now, the building permit. Anyway, well, one of the things they do is they provide this food pantry service several mornings a week. And they really would like to continue that during the whole construction period. So they're proposing a trailer that they would pull in about 10 by 20 in size. And that would be where they would be providing that service on those couple, I think it's mornings a week. And the site plan that was provided shows the general location of that, which is out in the parking lot, a little bit to the west of the existing church. The far part of that, I'm just pointing here, I don't know if you guys can see, but the very far western end would be reserved for parking, which would allow people come into the food pantry to park there, pick up their things and then leave. So this is not allowed. It's a temporary structure. It's not allowed in the conservation district at all. And so the way we have to deal with this is through a development agreement in
How
order
long of
to
a
allow
time
it.
period?
I'm sorry,
How long of a time period?
I don't know, year plus. Yeah. So the development agreement is a way to address this. It's not something we would just want to allow to happen all through the conservation district, obviously. So be glad to answer any questions. Peter was here.
He moved over like he's.
Like he's still on staff.
Yeah.
So
He may be able to help enlighten you on some, if you have questions about its location or anything like that.
questions.
I do have a question on the location. It feels like this is like the most visible location. I understand that it's also easy to get in and out of, which is nice, but is it gonna be very visible?
Well, the one thing, I just show you this right now, I'll pass it around. There's actually a big, huge spruce tree right out in the middle.
Yeah, I wondered about that.
And that,
I'm gonna cut that down and put the trailer in.
probably screens it fairly well, actually. Place it back in the parking lot further, you probably would see it more readily, actually.
At the table, if you want to.
It's about the noise from the AC, because you can't just, well, yeah, you can't just put cooling units inside of a truck without really circulating the air because those things put off a ton of heat. And commercial ones like that Shamrock or something would use are super noisy. So what's the noise plan?
Okay, the mechanical unit is going to be on one of the ends of the truck or the trailer, and we'll face it toward the church. And so that way the noise would be directed toward a non-residential use.
How long would it be up? I know time is months, but as far as how many hours on a given day?
Would it be operating?
Yeah.
I think they run for about 3 hours twice a week.
And what time usually?
I think they get going at about 9 or something in the morning.
You want to see that, Jay?
You know, I really do. I worry about the noise across the street, not necessarily even at the Weisshorn condominiums, but at Long Branch. The people that are on like the second floor of Long Branch hearing a motor running. So I'm not sure what you can do to mitigate that, Pete.
Okay, so it's only to condition the space so that it doesn't overheat in the summertime and it doesn't freeze in the wintertime. So there will be refrigeration units inside the trailer. So we'll have a freezer and a refrigerator inside the trailer. But this will only come on in the summer, like when the sun is really intense and it's baking the inside of the unit. And in the winter time, just whenever the temperature drops down, probably mid 40s or something like that is when it would trigger.
And you'd bring the trailer in and pull it out, only bring it in the days you use it, or would it be there the whole time?
It'd be there the whole time.
But not operating the whole time, just when you.
Yeah, so the food pantry hours where they have the public come in.
Yeah.
Are twice a week.
Right.
For probably 3 hours each time.
And that's when it would be making noise.
No, it would, so we'll be storing food in it during the week.
Okay.
You never know when you're gonna get
I
food
get you, I
donated.
get you.
And so it arrives at random times.
Yeah.
They'll call you and you just go get it when they call you because they want it out of there.
Can you come up with a secondary plan just in case noise is an issue?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Or is there any,
That'd be helpful. This way we don't have to come back and have a big discussion about it. You can just, if we get a lot of complaints, you can just move it to a farther down the parking lot or I don't even know, out in front.
Yeah, it won't operate like a refrigerated truck.
Okay.
It won't be running constantly. It's like the furnace in your house.
Other questions?
Is this the only food pantry in town that's existing right now? It's right now?
I don't know what FERC status is, to be honest.
They still have a pantry. I just don't know where it's operating out of. Obviously, it'll be the bigger one at the new.
Right, the new one, yeah.
It's operating out on Airport Road, Rick. And, you know, the, what do they call it? Something Bellies is also helping with school age kids. Smart Bellies. But FERC has one out there and, yeah, I also echo Eric's concerns with noise. You know, maybe just have a plan B ready.
We can do that.
Anything else?
Thanks for
Alright.
doing the food pantry.
Yeah.
We all know
Yeah,
it's super necessary.
it is.
You use. Thanks, Pete. All right, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break since we're ahead.
Wow.
How does that there?
I tell you,
We're going to go on to concealed carry prohibition in town buildings and everywhere else in town.
Mayor, Council, I'm going to speak simply to the existing code and some of the laws that are applicable. And then I think Scott Reed he's here to talk more specifically about buildings and where a potential amendment might apply. So as you know, I think it was probably in August of last summer, quite some time ago, we had some questions around what we could do with firearms. And that what came up because in the 21 state legislative session, the state, after 20 years or more, suddenly repealed the local preemption language. And so it was this massive shift in public policy that allowed locals to regulate firearms. But maybe not shockingly, we've seen in this 23 session that the state is now moving back towards adopting firearm legislation. We're seeing some proposed policies around state ban on assault weapons, raising the age that someone can purchase a firearm. And so it was steadily a state preempted area for many, many, many years. And now it seems to kind of be swinging back and forth. There are many reasons that we would not recommend any broad firearms policies right now because some of the jurisdictions that stepped in and adopted local ordinances in 21 faced immediate lawsuits, and those are still pending in the courts. I think most would agree that this would be something that firearms is an issue that should be taken up at the state for consistency and uniformity. However, there is this narrow area where we've seen a couple jurisdictions ban concealed carry weapons in public buildings and some parks and public places. They have not seen any legal challenges. And I know we experienced a situation here where we thought maybe we should at least entertain the discussion. We don't have a bill draft. We're waiting for discussion with you to see if we really want to do anything in this area, but we thought we were obligated to at least raise the question with you all. When it comes to specifics of where we're considering something like this, I will defer to Scott, but the way this is approached in the current existing code is we enumerated places where you cannot openly carry a firearm. And this would maybe, if you wanted to look at it, add to that list where you would not be able to bring a concealed carry permit. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Scott?
Just quickly, so we, anticipating this discussion, decided to focus where we would apply a concealed carry restriction. So these are places where we said you could no longer carry with a concealed carry. Collectively, I think we decided that it made sense to do it only in interior spaces. So only in town-owned buildings. So for example, the Riverwalk Center would be on that list, but the Riverwalk itself or Blue River Plaza would not because they're exterior spaces, they're outdoor spaces. So we have a list that you saw a draft of in your packet. What I would mention is that we've already I have a few on there to add if that's what you want to do. We want to start with the list that you have, but 3 that I know that are not on that list that we would just for consideration would be the Edwin Carter Museum, would be the Alice Milne Museum, and would be the Town Open Space and Trails building on Airport Road. So if you wanted to consider that, if you kind of in the collective list of facilities where we would preclude concealed carry, those would be the ones that we would recommend. And again, I would say collectively between Rick and Shannon and Kirsten and others on staff feel like only interior spaces make sense so that people don't aren't violating a law when they're walking through Blue River Plaza and then they're on the street and it's fine and they walk through Blue River Plaza and they're suddenly breaking a law they're not aware of.
But just by definition, if it's concealed carry, how do you know they're carrying?
you wouldn't.
But if it falls out or something, or it becomes visible, then you have the ability to take some action on it. You know, and some people will follow the rules. 'Cause
Yeah.
Post it, so.
Yeah.
Your hope is that they would be compliant. And just so you know, we're talking about the general public, because we have a town policy that prohibits employees from carrying weapons in the workplace, which includes vehicles and, you know, here and that, with obviously exempts police officers or retired.
Gets you for driving a bus when you retire, just so you know.
So, I mean, do you think we should do this?
Yeah, I'm okay with us controlling our buildings.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think we need to be going to the outside and worrying about parks and that kind of stuff. I think it's problematic, but I think our buildings, sure, there are buildings that we also, it helps have a duty, you know, helping to create a safer environment for our employees in there. I did get the Silverthorne town manager reached out to me to clarify what we were including in this, to make sure we weren't including out parks or outdoor space, and I told them we weren't. So maybe they're considering something also in Silverthorne. I don't know.
I mean, I've just noticed it since reading this. They have signs on a ton of their buildings that say you can't.
For open carry or concealed? Ours, we have open carry right now, so. Yeah. Probably they're open carry prohibited.
A little bit about what would the process be? I mean, at a lot of these buildings, we have like a 19-year-old rec center employee or someone at the old Masonic Hall. Like, would the town provide training or a system in place for?
Well, no, we don't want 19-year-old front desk people challenging somebody
Exactly,
that
yeah.
they've got a gun on them. You know what? If let's just give that example, right? Somebody comes in to check in at the front desk of the rec center, and they move a certain way, and they, you know, their shirt lifts up and they expose a firearm on their waistband. What we would expect the employee to do is just call the police department and just, you know, get a picture of who that is and let them go in there and then handle it that way. We don't want any employees challenging people about that.
Mostly it's just gonna be a sign. And,
Yeah,
so
we would
people
have
are
to
just
create
gonna
new
do the right
signs.
thing. Yeah.
No open or concealed carry of firearms allowed in this building.
And the rec center is a good example of, like, you're gonna walk in there with a concealed carry, you're not gonna have it on you while you're exercising, which means it's in a locker. Is it locked appropriately? We've had, you know, incidents where people get into lockers and now you have someone taking a firearm. So it's a good example of where we really don't and why we wouldn't want people to have guns in that facility.
Did this originate by the police department? Was this from the police?
It actually originated when there was an incident at the ice rink this winter, where someone, we don't even know who that person was. We were not able to grab them, but they dropped a gun in the stands at the ice rink, and then grabbed the gun. Someone called the police and they ran out the back door. And so we didn't ever find that person, and we looked at recent law changes and decided this was an opportunity for us to consider these interior spaces. So that's really what kind of prompted it. And yes, Jim has been very involved in the evaluation of this, but it didn't start with the police in that sense. The only thing I just want to mention, I'm looking at the updated list. It says Town of Breckenridge Arts District buildings, then it says list. We've created a list, and just so you're aware, it includes all the buildings where there are actually activities going on, but not the restrooms, as an example. We don't want to say, we're not going to preclude people from going in to use the restroom in the Arts District or on the Edmund Carter property as well. So.
But keep in mind that, I mean, the other side of this is if that person is following the rules, and let's say they're going, they need to come into town hall to do business, and they see that sign, now they're going to go back out to their car and they're going to have to leave it in their car.
I think it's hard because, to me, in opposing any kind of gun control is like opposing a ordinance not to kick puppies, right? Like it's hard.
Puppy kicker.
Exactly. That being said, I do have a concealed carry permit, and my concern is that are you taking law-abiding citizens and making them criminals, in an unintentional way? And I think that in the scope that is presented here, you're not, but I think expanding this at all would be detrimental to, especially if this was to go to open spaces of sorts. And I think that's my concerns are it being unenforceable, and then also as Rick said, taking a law-abiding citizen and making them actually unintentionally making them a criminal. And I guess I just wondered, does it make sense if we were to make it more enforceable? We would probably have metal detectors, right? In which then the staffing would be differently and it would lead to different things. So by no means against it, but just concerned with things that look like token legislation.
Just add one other thing with regard to the ice rink, because this was a Vipers game. And so we ended up telling them that they had to do better security and be wanding people and making sure people weren't entering the facility with firearms. And so this helps us support those kinds of decisions. And it may, like on a day-to-day basis, you're right, we're not patting people down. We don't have metal detectors. And so likely we're going to find that someone's not following the law if we see it, or if an accident happens, like it falls out or they leave it somewhere, which sometimes happens. But in specific situations, it helps us with our guidance or our requirement for at a certain event in a certain building that we're not going to allow firearms, period. So there is that piece of it, which in that particular case, we did do, or we required them to do more checking of the patrons coming in.
Anything else? How's everybody else about this?
Yeah, I too have a concealed carry permit. And I kind of share Jay's concerns, but when it comes to, what Shannon just said, as far as giving some sort of teeth to the enforcement, I'll go along with this. I'm okay with it. But I mean, especially at the ice rink, at the rec center where you put your stuff in a locker, or then that I'm concerned about, because I think people who sometimes go into lockers, and I hate that fall in the wrong hands. But yeah, I'll agree with this with a noted concern, but I think it's better be safe than sorry in this regard.
Carol?
I'm good with it. Thank you for looking into this.
I'm good with it as well. Thank you for the hard work.
Good.
Yeah, me too. I'd expand it everywhere, but I'm being the vast minority. I'm not a huge fan of guns, so.
Does Dick have a?
Dick?
I agree with everything said. I'm in favor of it. The Riverwalk Center is another facility that concerns me with the scope of some of the events over there, and the diverse people that the events can bring. And so I'm in support.
All right. Go to it. We had a lady with a concealed carry leave a gun on an arcade machine. It was a busy night like 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, it was messed up. And then leave.
Can you, only 6,000 kids touching that thing.
They're open carry. I thought it was open carry of your guns, man.
One.
So this will come back at first reading in the coming
awesome
meetings, and we'll make sure the list is accurate. So please review that list and make sure that you would capture what we need to. anything else.
It might be nice, since we'll kind of see if some of the other municipalities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, before you call anybody in, Ann, who's taking what question? Are you gonna take 7? Because it's about diversity or no?
I like 5.
I'm 8.
Okay, 5's tough because the first 3 people we're gonna see, or 3 of them are on the commission.
They better have it.
They better be going to a lot. You got 1?
Yeah.
You gonna ask anything? Nope. Jay, you gonna ask anything?
I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Unless you want me to.
I think 3 questions per person is great. I'm gonna have them just sort of say who they are and why they wanted the pain.
A lot more interest since I've been back on.
You know, we all noticed that. That's one of the problems. Well, hello.
Hi. Okay.
Tell us who you are and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll ask a couple questions.
Yeah, I'm Nikki LaRochelle. I am a graphic designer and illustrator. That's what I do professionally. I'm a mom of 2 girls. I like to do sports, as everybody does who lives here. Yeah, and I am an incumbent, so I've done BOSAC for 4 years. Yes.
And you're a badass, yes. Todd?
Thanks for your hard work the last 4 years on BOSAC. Appreciate you getting the master plan sorted. So thank you. Curious what your vision is for our open spaces and our trail network. And then also curious, how many trail miles you do in a typical year.
Todd, that's a good question. I think, as I wrote in my letter of interest, I do think we're at an inflection point of growing our trail system to more management and stewardship. I personally find myself feeling reluctant to keep adding to the trail system. I find I want to know what the endpoint is. Like, at some point, when is enough with building out the system, and what is our capacity with our trails crew and our staff and our ability to maintain the system. So I'm pretty eager to be scrutinizing about growth and any more growth. I will say I like your Copper Canyon idea. So barring that, I'm open to possibility, but in general, I'd say I think we need to, it's prudent to keep our eye on the ball of doing much more. And mileage, no idea. I use a very rudimentary watch.
Tell you how many miles, she's just not going to tell you. Jeffrey?
26 years old.
Thank you, John.
Well done.
This next question is kind of, you pretty much just answered it a second ago, but now that the open space program is 26 years old, what vision do you have for the future? You just said, we should maybe look at more maintenance and less growth, but any other things that we should go to as far as diversity or any other direction that you think that it bears note?
Yeah. I think like in the broader cultural landscape, diversity, equity, that's all been more present and close to mind. I think Carol's obviously been a North Star for all of us on that topic, but it's been really interesting observing like how much I missed with access, just talking ADA and thinking about access. So that's been a huge piece that for me personally, I was shocked how I just hadn't been aware of that till the last few years. So I think access is really important. I think as we run out of parcels to purchase, it's like probably being aggressive with what we can get with what's left, just for the sake of conservation. That when we did the public survey for the master plan, conservation was at the top of what people wanted in our open space. So I think we have to keep a keen eye on getting what we can with land acquisition. And then, Jeffrey, I had a conversation with Eric about envisioning what do we want in 10 years from now. And, I'm not totally sure. I think I've been thinking about that since we had that conversation. And if anything, it's just trying to preserve. Well, let me back up. When we went to the Pitkin County site visit over in Aspen, I was made aware like our trail system truly is world-class. I don't think I recognized that till I spoke with them, and then I dug into other trail systems, and what we have is remarkable. So I think it's preserving and maintaining what we have. I think of my daughters, and if they want to live here, I hope they have what we have. I also put that in my letter. So I don't have honestly a great answer for that, other than I think preservation is key.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Carol.
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended? And it'll be a better question later on. How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past? And what is your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues? Any other top of mind issues you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, I haven't missed a meeting, and I went 2 weeks after I bore a child. So I feel like I deserve a medal. Honestly, that was grasping at straws, but I made it. And no, I think like the master plan, we wrote it. That was a pretty arduous process, as you know, and now we're moving into implementation. So I'm really eager to see that. I'm eager to see the applying the decision-making framework that was developed. And now we're faced with the trails and signage plan, which I know we want to get right. And that feels a bit sticky to me. So from my design standpoint, I'm really eager about the signage plan. I want to do that well. And then access, inclusion, all those things that I just mentioned. And I have to say, I cringe thinking about my first BOSAC interview, how little I knew about our open space program. It's just massive. And trail use is such a small piece of that. And I think like the Swan River restoration and Cucumber Gulch and our management plans, and it's so robust. It's amazing to me. So I'm always learning, and I will just continue to learn till I'm kicked out. So yeah.
Right, Nikki, thank you. Thanks for serving and thanks for reapplying, and somebody will contact you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
I attended a meeting about an hour after I bored my wife.
I
Telling her
hear
about my high school
you
football.
actually bore people at the meeting.
I bore them at the meeting all the time, yeah.
Dr. Rossi.
I'm always a little nervous around you elected people.
Oh, I'm not going to say anything. Why don't you begin by telling us who you are and a little bit about yourself and maybe your current job?
Sure, happy to. Thanks for having me. I'm David Rossi. I'm a current BOSAC member, proudly, and was appointed for Carol's seat back when she was appointed to council. I think that was probably seems like a decade for you. Currently, I am Policy and Communications Director for Summit County, your neighbors down the street, your friends down the street. So I handle community engagement, and I've got a team that includes grants, sustainability, special projects. So kind of a growing little body at the courthouse, but it's a great job because I get to do a lot of the things that I got to do when I was on council for BRAC too.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. We're going to have a couple questions for you. like
Yeah,
usual.
absolutely.
Thanks so much for serving for 4 years.
Yeah,
Certainly
thank
appreciate
you.
that. Quick two-part question. What's your vision for open spaces and our trail network going forward? And then ballpark, how many trail miles in a year do you get?
Oh gosh. Let's see. I'll start with the first part of your question. Vision's really hard in a community that is changing as quickly as ours is. And I think one of the interesting things about BOSAC is that the commission sort of is in such a reactive mode. I think, you know, everybody is after COVID, understanding that the demands on our trail network have increased a great deal with a ton more people during COVID, when I think we all remember sitting around when COVID first came out, wondering how we were going to handle our empty community for so long. And as we know, things turned out quite differently than we all expected. So, and I think that has an impact on our trail system as well. Part of our fun during the master plan process was really taking that vision and taking into consideration some of the demands on the trails. for multiple user groups. So I think the vision has to be focusing on maintenance now that acquisition opportunities have become less and less frequent. I think we have to consider user groups that I don't think we really considered over the years. I think accessibility and inclusivity is super important. I think with Carol's leadership to kind of help our commission, and I'll be the first to admit, we really hadn't considered how important it is and how easy it is for us to accommodate differently abled people. For example, how easy it is to reach the underserved community. And we're all used to, jumping on our trails and being grateful that we live right next to them. I'm one of those people I'm extremely grateful for, but we don't really consider the fact that there are folks that are working 2-3 jobs and they have very limited opportunity and they don't know a lot about our trails at all. And they may not be English speakers either. And so I think that vision that the entire commission, at least this body, has held is that we need to think of those people when we're building our visioning document, which is the current master plan that you guys are going to be talking about later tonight. So I feel like that's probably a good place to start. I think the open space master plan was a bit of a challenge in that we really had to think very differently about the future because of what's happened with COVID, but also because of our acquisition opportunities shrinking down. We need to think about this front country, mid country, and back country overlay and how we handle things like parking demands and getting people out of their cars, inclusivity. Other groups that haven't been, I think, at the forefront have been families and visitors who come up here who may not be bikers, they may not be trail runners, they may not be skiers, but there are still tons of opportunities for that. And we have to keep in mind things that sneak up on us, like the troll, for example. It was a great thing that turned too great, but we made lemonade out of lemons, and it is now still nationally recognized as the one of the top things to do when you come to BRAC for the first time. And I think open space with your guidance has leaned into that. We serve at your pleasure. So goal wise, if I can look forward a little bit, I think what we need to do as a body is to avoid the kind of call-ups. I know we don't do call-ups for open space, but there are a lot of decisions that we make to advise you guys that personally, I don't love when we're not a complete consensus body and you guys have to rework things for us. I think we've got an opportunity as a group to really refine how we work when we're in open space meetings to make sure that you guys have all the information, that you guys know our opinions, and we're actually a part of that conversation. And so working with staff, I think that this commission's made great strides. As far as how many miles I go, I can tell you that on Strava, as long as Tim Faya doesn't catch up to me in my age group, I'm still behind this guy named Padre Wu. Yeah, I'm going to throw that one out there. I know. I think he might be. But I'm still on the top 10 of my age group. So I'm pretty psyched about that part. So I do ride a lot, and I'm a winter user, an active winter user. And surprisingly, when we were in the process of looking at the data for the master plan, somebody made a comment, hey, winter trails aren't really that popular. Winter use isn't that popular. Do we have any data? And then staff showed the data of our user base, and it was right up there with summer. And it's a good thing and a bad thing because I love to be out there on my own, but it is, I think, a little bit underrepresented in our planning process until now. I think we're getting there to make sure that that's included.
Do you prefer berms, tabletops, or double jumps? Never mind. That's a rhetorical question. I know you love them all.
Yes, all of the above. I have the scars to prove it.
I got nothing.
Carol?
Do we have to say it exactly the same?
You
or-
don't. You can
Okay,
rank it
any
for the
other
first
top
three,
of
though.
mind
So let's
issues?
rank it. That's my question. I know.
I think, Carol, one of the things that I like to remind people of is that we really are lucky to be here, whether we're serving the community or just a trail user. I'm really grateful for you guys. I think there's a ton of opportunity left to complete. So, as you know, we're embarking on the trails plan, and we did separate out signage and branding. Those are execution items. The master plan, that process was like a very long, difficult birth. But now that we are on to the trails plan, I feel like this body still has a lot of work to do. And so I would be really grateful to have the opportunity to serve again, to see that through for another term, because I feel like we are cooking with grease, for, to use an old aphorism. And I think staff has started to click really well with this group. I think after a little bit of a challenge with our consultants on the master plan project, we've realized a lot of lessons can be learned. We're always learning, and I think this body can learn from one another. So I'm excited to continue if you guys will have me.
Thank you.
Dave, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for the last service
Yeah.
and going all the way back to council, and somebody will call you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Right, Ed, do you guys want to update your questions? Since
Yeah,
Rankin
just-
asked the one question that covers all the other questions?
Yeah, like, yeah.
10 minutes and that's 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And you probably should ask the same questions.
No, but their questions are identical, pretty much.
But
So
it
he,
works. They're talking enough.
maybe too much. Hi, Chris.
Mayor, council,
yeah.
staff, thanks for having me. I'm in for the speed session. Is that what I'm hearing?
Speed
Yeah,
dating.
a little bit about you, and then we'll ask you a couple questions.
Fennel, about a 30-year resident of Breckenridge, and I've served 2 non-consecutive terms on BOSAC so far, and enjoy the program, deep in the program, and utilize it recreationally, of course, and excited to see where it goes.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, now that open space is 26 years old, what suggestions you have where the program should focus its efforts over the next 20 years? Any suggestions for improvements? And how many trail miles do you allow a year?
Brava. Where we go the next 20, I think it's going to be a pivotal point where we go a little bit away from traditional acquisition and obviously into management, and trying to understand what level of programming is required to best service our users on the trails that we already have in place without over programming it and making it feel less like a true open space. I think that's the next 20 years.
That's a good answer. Todd?
I think I'm good.
Mind issues facing BOSAC?
Top of mind when I was kind of thinking about it, I appreciate the opportunity that we had to revise the master plan. I think that was much needed. I know that there was a little bit of trepidation in the methodology of what we came to as far as more of a philosophy and a template and a structure in the master plan, and then using what's coming with the trails plan and the signage plan for more of a prescriptive, actionable set of documents. But I think in the long run, that's going to be beneficial for us, because then we can adapt and change that. And I think that what we learned during the pandemic on BOSAC was just how quick we needed to adapt, and just how something like that could come up at a moment's notice. So now that we have a top line kind of philosophy above it that's even more refined, I think that's going to add to the programming for whoever's choosing to set on BOSAC.
Thanks.
Speed
Thanks for
session.
your last 2 non-consecutive terms. And we really do appreciate what you've done for us.
See it all, you guys.
Somebody will call you tomorrow. Ish. All righty. Hello, have a seat.
Thanks.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself, and then we'll ask you a few questions.
All right. I'm Phil Calvin. I've been in Breckenridge off and on since 1980. My parents bought a house in French Gulch back then. I moved back here in 2011 after living overseas for 15 years. And I have 2 kids. I'm an environmental engineer by training, but now work in cybersecurity and been attending BOSAC meetings for a while. Just thought I would try and do a little more.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We have, open space now is 26 years old.
Yeah.
And you've been in and out of the community. I think you've observed what we've done and what we hope to do. What suggestions you have for the program that we might focus on in the next 20 years? And any suggestions for improvements?
Sure. I think a lot of the improvements have been really welcome. I think that we need to change the way we approach access to the backcountry and access to the trail system, as well as the protection of the resources we have, in the sense that everything's moving to the internet and our information is not keeping up. There are lots and lots of different websites and apps out there now that tell you where you can go camp, where you can hike, where you can ride motorcycles and bicycles and all the rest, and the information is incorrect. And we need to get on top of that before it gets out of hand. I think that the issue with the parking up on Quandary is something that's going to be something that foretells the future, right? We spend a lot of money handling a problem there. And if we don't get ahead of that type of situation and provide different access, better access, but also better information about the access, we're going to have issues.
That's a great answer.
I think also I've been following Cucumber Gulch quite closely. I really love the work that's going on there. I think we need to do something similar for the Swan River Valley. We need to apply the lessons learned in Cucumber to Swan, also to French, other places. What's going to happen with the dam in Swan in Blue River as it refills, those sorts of things. There's a lot of lessons to be taken from that area and brought to other locations.
Yeah.
What's your overall vision for our open space program and our trail network? And then ballpark, how many trail miles a year?
My overall vision, I think, is growth, but not without limits. We know I want to make it better, not bigger in some sense. We've seen a lot of illegal trails go in and then get removed. We've seen a lot of parking issues at various locations for backcountry, skiing access as well as mountain biking. And then the overnight camper, the van life kind of situation, it might get out of hand if we're not getting ahead of it. My vision would be quality, right? We've got to have really good maps, really good information online, and make it beneficial for the town, right? For the people who live here as well as the people that are visiting. That's my vision. And how many miles a year, I don't know.
Just lie.
Yeah, not as many as I'd like. Yeah, I have an accident every summer, it seems. Last year, a broken wrist in April really kind of set me back.
Hopefully nothing this year. Carol?
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past? And what is your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues and any other top of mind issues?
I've probably been to 10 meetings in the last year and a half, 2 years maybe. I haven't been to all of them, and I haven't been present in the room except for the most recent meeting. But I've been on the phone, and I've asked questions and prodded you on some things and asked you to please present to the audience on the phone, things like that. And what was the second question?
What's your level regarding current BOSAC issues? And do you have any other top of mind issues facing BOSAC?
I feel like I'm pretty up to speed. I do read all of the materials beforehand. I try to be prepared with questions. I often don't have questions, but I'm really interested in the topics. And topics for the future. I think I covered some of that in my earlier statements, but partnership with all the other land use organizations is really key. And that's something I think that the BOSAC meetings are fairly inclusive of just the BOSAC members. And I'd like to see more participation from Park Service, Forest Service, FDR, these types of organizations where it's possible. I mean, we have council. I've seen some council members here present. And I don't know much about the finances, but there's got to be some options there, right? To do more with what we have. We have a lot of money in this county.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Phil?
Thanks for putting your name in the
You're welcome.
hat, and we'll give you a call tomorrow.
All right. Thanks.
Good answers. Yeah.
I know from the rink,
Where do I know? I think I know him from the bus. Maybe riding the bus. Or I recognize him. Well, hello.
Hi there.
Welcome. Please tell us who you are and a little about yourself, and then we'll ask you a few questions.
Okay, hi. My name is Leah Drew. I sorry. I'm nervous here.
Relax. You know all of us. This is very informal.
I moved to Breckenridge in summer 2011, and I love running and mountain biking and using trails, and I'm a home childcare provider. I think I know some of you from caring for your children in various locations around the county, and or from my past life as an event coordinator. And so my main uses of trails at this time in my life is with babies. I have an infant and toddler program in the Blue 52 neighborhood. And so I spend a lot of time on the river trail and the rec path. And when I'm by myself, I like to explore all the other trails or with, my friends. But every day, rain or shine, the kids play outside. That's an important part of my program. So I think that's what makes me special. So I wanted to tell you that.
Cool. Thank you. Jeffrey?
And it's been 26 years since this thing's been in operation. And like you, like all of us, the town has grown up around it. Do you have any visions what we should do in the next 20 years? We've had great gains so far, but and I'm sure your needs have changed since you became a mom and opened your business. But any thoughts of how we should proceed?
I would love, well, on the north side of town, I know there's like so much happening. And so I'm very excited for this e-bike program and seeing how that will help us connect with the rest of town. And I just think connectivity to everything car would be really nice. And I know that we have the rec path and that takes us a lot of places, but it would be nice to connect on dirt.
What's your overall vision, Leah, for open spaces in the trail network? And yeah, what's kind of your high level vision there? And then how many miles does your little one get on the river trail each year?
My big vision, I guess, would be accessibility and shared use. Mixed user groups, I think, is important. Sorry, guys. Because, you encounter every type of person on the trails, and everyone is as forgiving or patient with little people. And so my biggest goal would be accessibility and kindness, getting people to read those amazing signs that you guys put out there. And maybe having them available in Spanish also. And Glow, we walked all the way to the rec path with our feet 2 days in a row.
Nice.
To see all the work that the plow did. And so very exciting.
Nice work. Thank you.
Quarter mile.
Have you attended in the past, and what is your current level of understanding regarding the issues BOSAC is facing and any other top of mind issues related to BOSAC?
Yeah, so I want to say I've attended a handful in the past, not a ton. But I am ready to start serving this community, whether or not that's on BOSAC. I mean, I serve this community, but I get paid to do it. So I'm ready to start giving a little bit more of myself.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for being able to apply, and somebody will call you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Next. Hey,
How's it going?
good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Yeah.
Tell us who you are, a little bit about yourself, and then we'll ask a few questions.
Yeah. My name's Mike Flynn. I used to work for the Trail Crew. Great job with Tony and Joel and Ann. Worked there for about 3 summers when I was ski patrolling full time. I still do a little bit of ski patrolling, just part time, about 20 days a season. And yeah, right now I'm working for Cornerstone Real Estate, Todd Rankin. And yeah, that's pretty much me.
Mike.
Yeah.
Jeffrey?
26 years old. That's how old Bosac is right now. And for the last 26 years, we've just done amazing things. Any thought about what we should do in the next 20 years, a vision, a direction, or improvements or misdirection that you think we should follow?
I think a big thing to kind of consider is where we have an awesome trail network, right? And it connects our local community to the trails and also people that are visiting, right? Like we've done a great job with that. However, when you're looking kind of like down the pipeline, just an area, I live in Blue 52. So an area that I would like to see more like connectivity would be that side of town, right? Because it seems like we have Alta Verde 2. I think both of those are over towards the BBC. So if that area ends up, getting more developed and we have some more locals over there, let's get some trails kind of that way and kind of continue the great work that, the last 26 years have brought.
Good answer. Awesome. Todd, do you feel okay asking him a question since you're his boss, or you want somebody else to ask?
I think I'll pass.
Okay. I'd like to ask a little bit about the work environment at Cornerstone.
Feel far away. Come on in.
We'll get Todd to leave the room. You can talk about.
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past? And what is your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues and any other top of mind issues?
All in all, I think I've been to 2. One of those was virtual, one was in person. In terms of current issues, I think, or like, I guess, subjects or concerns. Seems like the big thing that the BOSAC and open space has been working on is the new master plan. So really happy to see that hopefully you guys end up passing that today, because it seems like all of those like points are big in terms of like continuing with trail development. Oh man, I'm just gonna space on a few of the other ones right now in front of all these people,
That's all
but
right.
they're all I think it's
He was studying. We sound.
studying. Yeah.
All right, Mike, thank you for applying. Somebody will get in touch with you tomorrow.
Sweet, perfect. Thanks.
Jeffrey's scared.
Do you like how Jeffrey's basically doing takes? Each time he gets a little bit better at his question.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are
Good,
you?
welcome. Tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself, and then we'll have a couple questions. for you.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Ashley Garrison, and I live in Breckenridge. I'm interested on the Open Space Committee. I used to work for the State Forest Service, so you may recognize me from coming in front of this August body before, but I now work for the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And so I'm the regional water plan grant manager for basically the west slope, the Colorado River Basin, the Yampa White Green River Basin, and the Gunnison River Basin. So now that I'm not, working as closely with my counterparts at the town here, I thought I'd throw my ring in the hat to be on the commission.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Question, Jeffrey?
It's in 1997, that's when BOSAC started. I think the first year of our revenue was like, we hoped for $1 million. Now we're getting sometimes $3.8 million. In the last 26 years, we've made great improvements. Any thoughts about what direction and where we should go in the next 20 years, and any suggestions for improvements?
Yeah, I think that, I like that the town has been pretty forward thinking in acquiring land. I think that that's been a really successful approach to conserving open space. I am certainly pro active management. So, the open space department is the stewards of this open space land. And so I think that, you have a great opportunity to spend some of those dollars to do active management, to think about how climate change may or may not be affecting, the land that you steward. Continuing opportunities to work with the partners, Breckenridge and Summit County have some of the very complex land ownership. So, continuing to work with partners is certainly going to benefit everybody.
When you say active management, like wildfire mitigation, is that what the term is? Active management?
Yeah, anything, cutting trees, doing, wetlands restoration. I don't know. We don't have very many grasslands here in town, but certainly, if there was, grass or shrublands, but doing things that hedge bets against, what the climate could look like in the next 100 years. So yeah, not just kind of sitting back and waiting to see. So that would be like the preservationist, like where we just let nature take its course and whatever happens. Like I'm more of a do something kind of a approach.
Excellent. Todd?
What's your vision for our open spaces and our trail network? And then ballpark, how many trail miles a year for you?
How many trail miles a year? So I really like how the master plan is really being proactive about accessibility and trying to make the amenities and the natural environment that we have here accessible to all different kinds of folks. Hearing about people in with limited mobility, I think that those are certainly, it's very important. I really like that is a keystone of the master plan going forward. In trail miles, I don't know. Right now, not very many, but I don't know, 5 or 10 a week.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks. Carol?
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past? And what is your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues and any other top of mind issues facing BOSAC?
Probably make it to 1 or 2 BOSAC meetings a year so far. I do like that they have the virtual option that makes it easier to listen. And I did attend the last one virtually, and so the historical structures on where that historical structure is going to go. Potentially, we're working with the Historical Society. Parking is always a perennial issue, but it sounds like there's a couple hot spots right now. Certainly, and then some of those new trail plans, trail access, those kinds of things. So I think those are the ones that pop out from the last meeting, certainly.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you so much for applying. We appreciate your engagement, and we'll get back to you tomorrow.
Great, thanks for having me.
It's getting longer too. 5-minute question before long. Keeps evolving. No, it just keeps evolving.
Right.
You know this guy?
Oh, yeah, ice.
The Iceman.
Ice baby.
Hey, Ian.
Hi.
Please tell us who you are and a little about yourself, even though I'm sure we know it, and then we'll ask you a few questions.
My name is Ian Hamilton, moved here 30-something years ago. I am in the restaurant business and
Poor guy.
I spend a lot of time outdoors. Of possible most note is I was on this commission for 3 years, 2 years ago.
Thanks, Ian.
You know, when I look at BOSAC, I think of it as is, well, actually was, is, and will be. You know, we know what it was, we know what it is currently. What's your thought for will be? What's after 26 years, next 20, where do you think we should go? Any suggestions for improvements?
I think that what it will be, as I'm sure most of you already do, is that largely stewardship, obviously, for the lands that it already owns or are in open space, the trails, and it seems as though really trying to expand the access, and I don't just mean access to the land and to the trails and stuff like that, but expand the idea of open space to more of the community. You know, the community is going to keep growing and certainly get more and more diverse. And just in the time that I was on the board before, it still is not tremendously diverse in its what I think anyway, as far as the use goes. So I think the one thing that the Open Space Committee could work on, and is already working on admittedly, but continue to work forward, is getting more and more usage. Is really not the access, I think, is a better word than usage.
Brad?
Yeah, just looking for your overall vision for open space in our trail network, and then ballpark how many trail miles a year.
New trail miles?
I said just, yeah, your overall vision for open space in our trails, and then just a ballpark number on the number of trail miles that you get in a year, whether it's skiing, biking, running.
I get.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were asking about building. How many?
Yeah,
miles
no,
should
sorry.
something like
That you get, yeah.
I guess starting there, trail miles, 1,000 plus, I guess. A lot, mostly on the bike in the summertime. And then definitely do the cross-country skiing and the alpine touring. I tend not to alpine tour on the ski area. I tend more live in the Wellington neighborhood and have all access to all that stuff there. Overall vision, I'm a big fan of what BOSAC has done so far with the open space, or what the open space program has done for all of us. I liked, I guess, the end result of the new plan. And a lie that perhaps I was not upset to miss some of that in the middle, the making of sausage, if you will. But, I was reading just a little while ago about how either you guys or the BOSAC itself had come up with sort of the work plans underneath the overreaching plan. And I think that's a good direction where, the open space program can drill down more on things that are needed as opposed to just acquiring open space, which, still should be primary, but as we all know, that's going to be harder and harder and harder and much more expensive.
Carol?
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past, and what is your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues and just any other top of mind issues facing BOSAC?
Gotcha. 30-something meetings I've attended as a commissioner, and then I have attended some sporadically as well. I'm sorry, what's the second question? Second part?
Any other top of mind issues facing BOSAC currently?
Kind of the things that I've already talked about is, I would say, probably the issues. I'd say one discussion point definitely is when I was on the committee before, we were beginning to look further and further afield. Picked up a parcel in Park County, if I remember correctly, and some other stuff, and is that something that BOSAC wants to continue to do? Is it, at what point does BOSAC or does the open space program want to stop? Where does it stop? Is it good just to buy open space as much as possible anywhere that we can? I personally am kind of on that side of it, but it's still a worthwhile discussion as to where do we draw the not the physical boundaries, but the actual like mental kind of at what point do we want to stop?
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for your past service and thanks for applying again.
Very nice to see all of you again.
I'll call you tomorrow, or I'll see you in the office tomorrow. Hello,
Hello,
welcome.
thank you.
Tell us your name and a little bit about yourself, and then we'll ask a couple questions.
Okay, my
Super
name
informal.
is Ray Moody. I've been in the Breckenridge area since 2007. I have applied for this position once before, about 4 or 5 years ago. My background is I consider my strength to be an end user on trails and open spaces. It's been my passion for a very long time. I'm retired now. I consider that I have some more time and energy to put into this.
Awesome.
What's your vision for our trail network and also for our open space program? And then ballpark, how many miles a year do you think you get in our system?
Okay, so the way that I look at that is we have a fantastic backbone to the trail system with our recreational path, and then we have a fantastic sort of near country, backcountry system. I'd like to see more connectivity on our trails. I think there's a lot of work that we can do in that intermediate area, bringing communities onto the backbone, and then opening the trails and more in our front country and back country. We can open that better to our communities. And then between trails, I would love to see greater connectivity rather than growing the system quite so much. That would be my priority. One example that I've been looking at recently is I live up on Braddock Hill, and spend quite a lot of time on Tiger Run, coming and going on there on Tiger Road, sorry. And that's just such a dangerous situation with people coming off the bus stops there, and they are walking to their homes on the road in the snow. And then we're trying to connect the Frisco Nordic Centre with the Breckenridge Nordic Centre, and then the people are taking off their skis. You have to climb up on banks to get to the traffic lights to get the crossings to work. And then they're taking off their skis and walking up the middle of the road with oncoming traffic. So those are the kind of things that I would like to see happen in our community. And I think there's a big push nationwide also for connectivity in communities and allowing people to commute more in safer trails.
You know, when I think of BOSAC, or we think of BOSAC, it's where we've been, where we are, where we're going. We've been for 26 years. We are in this current configuration, which we talked about getting over the snowbanks. Where do you think we should be going? And do you think we appeal and cater to a diverse group age-wise and experience-wise?
Okay, so age-wise, I take people probably like you and myself. We're a little bit older, but I think we can give most people a run for their money. So it's great to see all the older people out there just running rings around some of the younger people. So I think we need a good balance of like the recreation paths and the grade 1 trails, and then, you know, the greens and the blues and the blacks. And I'd just like to see a mixture for everybody, an inclusive system.
Perfect. Good. Carol.
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past, and what's your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues and just any other top of mind issues facing BOSAC?
Well, this time around, I've attended every meeting since December last year, and I have attended them in the past. for a stretcher period before my last interview. And I do go online and look occasionally, and I read the minutes. So, you know, I'm reasonably conversant with what's going on.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much for wanting to be involved, and somebody will call you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Is this the last one?
Mhm. It is.
If you can take 15 minutes, sir.
Don't say that.
Yeah, right.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us who you are, a little about yourself, and then we'll ask you a couple of questions.
Of course. My name is Taylor Schildkamp. And look, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Appreciate it. And I've been a resident voting member of the community for about 3 years in Breckenridge, 6 years overall in Summit County. Prior to that, I kind of an East Coast mutt and made my way out here, like many, for just the incredible opportunities in both professional work and also outdoor resources and incredible recreation here. Yeah, if you're ready for questions, it's kind of just a brief overview.
Awesome. Jeffrey?
You know, when I think of BOSAC, I think we all think of BOSAC. We think about what has happened, what is happening, and what should happen.
Mhm.
It's been 26 years since we started this thing. In the next 20 years, any thoughts about the direction where we should be heading and a vision for the future?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way I kind of see managing outdoor access and outdoor recreation and open spaces in general and kind of balancing all that is that it is in fact a balance act. You need to have a measured access to each plot, each spot, depending on the use type, depending on what it can handle, what it can't handle based on, input from the community, scientific studies, anything like that. You know, take all the information you can. And I think the other thing about it is when you do make a decision, not being afraid to come back to it with new information. It needs to be iterative. You need to be able to go back and say, you know, after some new studies, some new looks, seeing how it's handling a certain volume or not, we need to go back and take another look. We need to see if it's still the right thing. But it's all about, to me, measured access, making sure it can handle what we're asking it to do and that we're not going to degrade it with that access.
Todd?
Anything specific that open space can do to make our trails and open space better? And then ballpark, how many trail miles a year do you do?
Things can be better. I do like a lot of the different use types out there. I do think some of the things we're already looking at and probably going to need to take more looks at, things like e-bike and multi-use trails and how that interacts. And total mileage, man, I don't know, a couple hundred easily. Biking, hiking, skiing.
Carol?
How many BOSAC meetings have you attended in the past? And what is your level of understanding regarding current BOSAC issues? And then just any other top of mind issues facing BOSAC?
Yeah, have not made it to any BOSAC meetings. Been read through a couple of minutes from meetings, just to kind of get a general idea what things are looking at. I watched the last town council meeting where the trailhead access and parking was spoken about, just to kind of see how it interacts also with the town council. So again, not a lot of firsthand knowledge, starting to get into it. Now that I'm living out here using all of these incredible things, I really feel that I want to give back, not that I need to give back, because I think we all move here, not all of us, but a lot of us move here for what BOSAC can provide. And just because we use it, we need to be stewards and we need to give back.
Taylor, thank you so much for applying, and somebody will call you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks a bunch. Right, was that it, Ann? Okay,
Great group.
Yeah,
amazing,
Yeah.
amazing group of people.
very strong.
Break for dinner.
I like your, like.
All right, I'd like to call to order Town Council regular meeting for April 11th, 2023. It is 7 PM. Roll call, please.
Kelly Owens,
Here.
Dick Carlton,
Here,
Dick,
Jeffrey.
Here.
Bergeron,
here,
Carol Sade, Jay Beckerman, Todd Rankin, Mayor Mamula.
yes. All right, we have Town Council meetings for the 28th of March, 2023. Any comments from anyone? Nope, minutes approved as presented. We have approval of the agenda, Rick.
No changes, Mayor?
All right, agenda stands as presented. We start with public comment. Public comment, non-agenda items only, 3-minute time limit, please. Tell us who you are and then what you want to talk about.
Yeah, my name is Jim Cutler and I am the Vice President of Summit Youth Hockey. And I'm here representing our president, Randy, who had come before the council in the fall to request more ice time. So I'm here representing our club and parents and to update you on what Randy brought to you last fall. First, I'd like to thank the town of Breckenridge for being great partners with the ice rink. We've had a tremendous season. We brought home 3 banners this year. And for the very first time, our 10U team won the Western Conference League. So did great there. And then the 14U became runners up and then they went to Caja in Denver and were champions there. So
Nice.
tremendous season. We've grown like crazy, 250 kids playing in the program. The girls hockey tends to be the fastest growing segment of our organization. And we have to thank you for the new locker rooms. They're getting good use for the girls. Really appreciate what a great facility it is. We'd also like to thank you for the free ice grants you provided for our 2 fundraising events, the Summit Classic, which I had just mentioned, and the Kingdom Cup, which helps us maintain very low fees for all of our family members. Those 2 events raised about $50,000 for us, for our program. And then we also have really generous donors with our other 3 programs that allow us to have free mite hockey for first-year mite players as well. It's growing. Hockey is growing. Grand Junction just got their ice back 2 years ago, and they're now in our league. Steamboat's looking for more ice, as well as Eagle. Their programs are growing, and so they're all requesting more ice in their towns. Over the winter, Summit Youth Hockey engaged Matt Stice, architects, to find out what it would take to do a feasibility study regarding how much ice would be added or how more ice could be added to the existing infrastructure. We're collaborating with town staff and other parties to produce a formal proposal and would like to request 15 minutes during your May 23rd work session to present our proposal and answer any questions. We'll have a full scope outline for the work and budget for the presentation in the 4 weeks and just request to get on the agenda. The goal is to have the documents for the proposal and the document packet away ahead of the meeting as customary. So I would like to thank all the hockey players for coming and introduce Chris Miller, our Summit Youth Hockey Director as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. We'll
Ways, I mean, we want to make sure that they're working closely with staff on this and putting that together, but certainly having time, a short amount of time to look at a proposal is, something we can probably do on that second meeting. and we'll have more internal discussions between now and then. So,
All right. Most people don't show up in a tie, so we feel like we have to honor your request. Thank you all for showing up, and we'll probably see you on the 23rd of May then. Great. Anyone else in the public wish to comment this evening about anything that is non-agenda related? All right, with that, public hearing is closed.
I would
You
just,
guys don't-
before they leave, I would just ask that whatever you're putting together from a proposal, you make sure that you work closely with Kevin. Is Kevin the lead on this? Yeah.
Great. All right, you guys don't have to stay for the boring stuff, although it'd be great if you did, but I get it. I wouldn't either. All right, we've continued business. We have second readings of two council bills this evening. First is Council Bill number 12, Series 2023. This is a bill for an ordinance approving the Stables Village Project Agreement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to discuss the second reading for the Stables Village Development, which is, the purpose is to outline the rules and responsibilities of the town and our development team partner. If you have any questions, happy to answer them at this time.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions for staff? Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this second reading this evening? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 12, excuse me, Series 2023, the title of which has been read into the record.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Was it Helen's birthday today?
Yes.
Oh, happy birthday, Helen, who's not here.
Yeah.
All right, we have, I hope she better not be watching. If she is, kick her off and tell her she's got better things to do on her birthday. Council Bill number 13, Series 2023 is a bill for an ordinance approving the Open Space and Trails Master Plan that everybody spoke so highly about. It was,
Yeah. Oh,
it's very nice.
Seth will explain it.
All right, Seth, is he the guy that needs a bigger seat on the e-bike?
Yeah, he did.
That's what I thought.
Let's extend that.
And council, Scott Reed with the Recreation Department. Just before you have a second reading for the Open Space Master Plan, there have been no changes since the first reading, and I would be happy to answer any questions before you all vote.
Thank you, Scott. Questions for staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this second reading? Is there a motion?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 13, Series 2023, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I will just say the current configuration of BOSAC and staff worked very hard on this master plan. And, you know, it's obviously nothing's perfect, but it wasn't for lack of trying, and people, you know, really burnt the midnight oil and chewed their cabbage twice.
How was the council person on BOSAC?
You know what? He was firm but fair and fairly firm.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Been a long time since he brought that one up.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I didn't hear that because I was listening to him. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Sade. Yes. Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Member Bergeron,
Yes.
Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes.
Thank you. We have no first readings this evening, no resolutions. We do have other, that is the Breckenridge Open Space Advisory Commission appointments. We do have ballots in front of you. Any discussion before the vote?
Just how incredible all the applicants were. I mean, I wish we could get every commission to have that many applicants, but thanks to all those that applied.
I totally agree. I thought everybody was really up to speed on what's going on too.
Yeah.
So one of the things I want to talk about at the retreat is what Todd brought up about expanding the BOSAC, but I want to actually expand that conversation more. You know, Todd was talking about a pipeline to local government. I want to talk about if there's any other ideas rather than just making a board bigger. Do we have some other ways to do that? Maybe an academy style thing, or I don't know. So think about that before that meeting.
Thank you. We want to talk to you about the housing committee meeting. We have some problems with it, so.
Yeah.
Was it?
You know, well, that state took a step back in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Housing.
Still working. Not that hard. There's only a couple of names.
Oh.
At least a majority, right, on the,
Yep.
and if we don't have 3, then we'll.
Number 9's left-handed. I didn't know that. I'm left-handed.
Ooh,
Yeah.
bonding.
One of these logs.
Left-handed on this body?
I know. You know, there used to be a mayor that was left-handed.
Yeah, yeah.
Fajer, left-handed.
How's Dick voting?
Oh, yeah, Dick, how you gonna vote? Oh, don't.
Sent me his
Oh, yeah,
ballot.
Nice.
Is he like Club Med or something?
Looks like he's in the witness protection program, actually.
Motel 6.
It feels like a little bit too, Eric.
Jeopardy soundtrack?
What's that?
Little Jeopardy soundtrack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeffrey and I are now within a year of
I know it.
our retirement.
I
This
swear
is
to
it.
God.
Last year.
Our credit rating in the town of Breckenridge is gonna
Plummet.
Oh, it's- yeah. It's
You
gonna be
imagine?
Like La Junta.
Yeah.
The risk of lawsuit will go down though.
Yeah, certainly our legal fees.
That's true.
And Kirsten might. keep
Kirsten's gonna
her-
feel like
might
she's got a
stay in
new
town
lease
for
on
longer.
life.
Yeah, year left.
Year. That's crazy.
I'm gonna go. out-
15 years together, you and I.
I'm gonna go out swinging.
There's a lot of marriages that don't last even
Oh, no
close to
kidding.
that.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's because we don't.
3 candidates that received at least 4 votes. So, Nikki, Dave Rossi, Chris Tennell.
Okay.
Okay.
Elvin, Mike Flynn, and Ashley Garrison also got votes, just so you know.
Okay.
Great applicants.
Excellent applicants.
We'll need a motion to.
Oh, that's in there.
Yep. Well, I just freeform.
Ian, go for
I
it.
move we reappoint Chris Tennell, Dave Rossi, and Nikki La Rochelle to BOSAC for a 4-year term.
Second.
Wow.
I didn't even have to look. I just did it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right. Well done. Planning Commission decisions. Are there any call-ups this evening? This is for the 4th of April, 2023. No, council decisions stand as presented. Stilson Master Plan, Town Project, Public Hearing.
Good evening. I'm hoping we take a moment to pull up the presentation, Brooke. Thanks.
Why is it?
You're very
I
popular.
don't know. I don't know why it's making noise now.
Gonna turn it off.
Oh, I bet I did this.
I bet you did too.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Crump, Planner 2 for the town of Breckenridge for the record. Before you this evening for a town project hearing is the Stilson Master Plan, also known as the Stables Village Development. The Stilson Master Plan proposes a new for sale workforce housing development called Stables Village, located on 8.4 acres of the town-owned Stilson Patch Placer Tract. And this will be part of Planning Area A in the master plan. 61 workforce housing units, including 5 single-family units, 38 duplexes, and 18 triplex units are proposed. The remainder of the Stilson Patch Placer Tract, approximately 30 acres, called Planning Area B, will continue to be allocated to governmental uses such as open space, recreation, public works, storage, snow storage, and solar energy production. This master plan has been assessed against the development code and has a passing point analysis of +6 points, gaining +3 points for the paved recreation trail segment, +10 for providing a 100% deed restricted employee housing development, +6 points for meeting a town council goal of diversity of housing. The project warrants negative points for the proposed use of up to 100% non-natural exterior facade materials, -4 points for the height of the proposed retaining walls, and -3 points for a minimum 10-foot rear setback on some lots. This project again has a total passing score of +6 points and meets all absolute policies in the development code. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Elena Scott from Norris Design, and she's going to give an overview of the master plan areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, Mayor Bambula, members of council. You've seen this project before. We're excited to be here, having gone to a couple meetings with Planning Commission to work through the master plan. And of course, thanks to staff for all their hard work in the working through the documents with us. We are establishing 2 different parcels with this master plan. As Sarah mentioned, Planning Area A and Planning Area B. Planning Area A is in yellow. That's really the focus of our presentation today. The existing conditions are really important for this property because we really used the topography and also the surrounding conditions of the utility lines and solar to define where we wanted to have the neighborhood. And that's generally right here on the stable site. Our high point is along the south edge by the bike park. And then the low point is going to be as we head north. You can see where our detention pond is, and you'll understand why our low point is there. But the site's been disturbed over time and has been mined and used for all sorts of different things. And I'll touch on that a bit more later. On the site plan itself, just want to highlight a few things that we've discussed with you before. I'm going to start with Stables Drive, which is our north-south Main Street. It's a 50-foot right-of-way that's being established with this project. One of the things that we talked a lot about with you is traffic calming and thinking about our adjacent neighborhoods and how we interact with those neighborhoods. To address those items, we have included 2 different medians along Stables Drive to help slow traffic and to give people a little bit of space to pause. We've worked through that with the engineering staff to locate those and to put them in spots that are going to make sense. We've also worked through the locations of our access points to avoid any conflicts with the adjacent properties. We also have a public loop road that's shown here, and then a private alley for each of the units. A second thing we talked about quite a bit with council was the importance of having a lot of homes with more bedrooms. So happy to report that 80% of these units are 3-bedroom plus. So that's a significant number of 3-bedroom units. All of the single family homes are 4-bedroom. So we have 5 4-bedroom units with this project, and then a really great number of 3 beds between the duplexes and the townhomes to touch a lot of different AMIs. Parking, something we talked about a lot as well. For this community, we will have, every home has a garage space, an enclosed garage space, and every home has an additional exterior space. So for all the bedrooms, we have over 144 spaces provided in garages and on driveways. And then we have additional pockets of visitor parking located throughout the community for guests and for others. So really wanted to make sure that we parked it appropriately given our experience in communities for locals and people having kids. The third thing I wanted to touch on is just general open space and connectivity. This project dedicates about 6 acres of the entire site into open space for the residents. Those open spaces are occurring in a variety of places around the site, which is important, but also integrate well with the natural topography with a trail connection and drainage swale bioretention area here on the west, detention, a community garden, compost, and recycling facility that's going to be available to all the community. We spent quite a bit of time also while we were working through everything, just ensuring that we would have enough snow storage and that could be accommodated. It was a big snow year that everyone experienced. So while we were working through the details of the master plan, wanted to identify that now. And also worked through trail locations with that 10-foot rec path extending north to south, connecting to the bus stop and then all the way up to the bicycle park. And then trails along the loop internal to the community spaces, and then single track and trails that connect you to the bike path, the Wellington Trail, and then also a separate loop for pedestrians or dog walkers. So trying to create some additional options for our future residents. One of the things that we had to do with this site to establish an average grade for future measuring of building height is shown up on the screen right now. As we saw before, there's a lot of disturbance that's happened on this site. There's over 40 to 50 feet of grade change through here. So we worked with staff to create an average grade. So all the homes in the future will be measured from average grade, and no home will exceed 35 feet in building height. So similar to all of our neighbors, just establishing that average right now while we could. From an architectural perspective, Alan Guerra's included some conceptual renderings. These aren't a part of the master plan, but were an important part of starting to try to understand how the homes will fit on the sites and how solar will be accommodated, because that's a very important part of our carbon neutral net zero community. Every home is placed with an emphasis on ensuring that your deck or open space has good solar access as well as your roof. Andy Stabile talks about this better than I do, so I won't say a whole lot more about the architecture, but did want you to know that Planning Commission did have a chance to take a look at this through the process. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have about the Stables Village.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Carol?
I have a staff question.
Yeah.
Is now the time?
Yeah.
So this is more out of concern for precedent setting, but if we look at the positive points awarded over 24A and 24R, can you talk about why that wouldn't be considered double dipping?
We've given points under both of those categories for 3 of the other listed housing projects recently, Alta Verde 2 and the Justice Center housing both come to mind. I know they both received positive points in those same categories. This probably is one of the last years that our housing projects can receive positive points for the council goal. I think 2021 was the last year that you had housing listed as one of the council goals. So.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? You know, you guys do this for a living, so I'm sure you get it covered, but will flat roofs work up here? What's that?
These aren't really flat.
Well, I know, but they're not, I wouldn't call them.
Sabo with Alan Guerra Architecture. Andy's not here tonight, but anyway, I will answer. Those aren't flat. And so they do have a pitch, but we have been working with REG Resource Engineering Group out of Crested Butte. I think they've done some other projects with the town in the past. And also with, I think it's Sun Nova in Denver to calculate all the solar necessary for each individual unit. And it's kind of a tricky project because we don't have just streets that line up and face south. We've got this windy path, and almost every single building has a different calculation for the solar on it. So we've been working with them. We hope to have some answers from them shortly, but we have, REG has told us to assume 7 kilowatts of power is needed for each home. So at least the duplexes and single family. And so it pretty much takes up the majority of those roofs. So we're having to shed the roofs and orient them in ways that kind of face the sun. Does that help?
Yeah, I just want you to say yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going
Yeah,
on and
yeah,
on.
that- you have it, yeah, I have it figured out. I don't do this for a living, so I just.
And
wanna
we're
make-
working on it. I mean, this is schematic design. We're headed into design development here
Yeah.
shortly.
You have a flat roof, don't you?
Well, and it's to a point that I want to, this is not a question, it's just I wouldn't say it's warning. So I have a curved roof that sheds snow. So the high part of the roof, we have snow fencing on because it's a long fall.
Yeah, you
When
wouldn't
the
want
stuff comes off
kill
the
anybody.
small part of the roof,
Mhm.
it is like a freight train in our living room. It's crazy when all that whole thing slides after winter. The snow stakes then prohibit the snow from falling. So consequently, December, January, February, March, our solar is covered and we get zero production or very limited production. So just want to make sure going forward that that's a concern. Even if you look at the Stables Village townhomes picture, there's a I don't know what that, so it's almost like a valley in between the pitched roof.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure you're thinking about that because that snow is not going anywhere for 5 months. That's
Right.
sitting in that valley. So
Right.
anyway.
Right.
And since this is a big part of this.
It
solar
is.
a huge part of this. We have to make sure that those things naturally shed snow all the time because they just won't. It's been sort of an eye opener for me. I just assumed because they're on the top roof, wind and sun would take care of that, but it just doesn't. So.
Right.
Yeah, we have the same experience, and what we've learned is that area at the bottom, like the lowest portion, so what happens is when it's warm, the water comes off of the solar and then it gathers on the roof and every night it freezes. And so that's where the snow sticks. So you're better off, and I don't know if you can do this, but putting solar all the way to the bottom edge so that it's always
All
still in,
slides.
because
Uh-huh.
otherwise
Uh-huh.
it sticks on that lowest portion and it just keeps building up all winter long. And this is just so
Point.
tall, you won't be able to
You can't rake it.
snow
Yeah.
rake it. So it is a tricky one.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments?
22 A or 22R, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it. You note that that the landscaping will be not water intensive. I think it's low water intensive plantings. In the rendering, there's just a lot of green. The rendering is just like what can we expect?
So those are, and I think, Elena could speak to this better than I can, but those are native grasses. So we're going to be utilizing grasses that grow here naturally. So like when you're on a bike ride, you're in a meadow, those are the types of grasses that we're going to be planting here. So there may be times of the year that they're not bright green, but there are other times that they certainly are. You want to answer?
Sure. Sorry. No, she's right. Per usual. I was just going to zoom in because looking at brown isn't exciting.
Very nice.
You can see in here that there's a slightly different color green on these little pocket parks. And that is an irrigated turf area and everything else is a native seed. It can still be irrigated for a short time, but you should be able to turn it off. So these are really small little areas of, what you would expect of park grass. Everything else is a native seed and it still will be green.
While you're on the zoom in, can you zoom up to where is it benches or what is on that brown? Yeah.
Those are garden beds.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so garden beds, then we have the compost and recycling area.
Mhm.
You can pull off of Stables Road. There's a couple spots, parallel parking spots. So you can drop off your recycling and compost safely in that location. And then garden and then detention pond and trail. And then continued access into planning area B here.
I have one more comment. Can I go?
Yeah,
again?
go ahead.
So in the rendering of the end of the backyard, and then there's the path that goes through the backyard.
Uh-huh.
And there's a privacy fence on the snow, side. And then I'm just, these neighborhoods are super, super social and there's really especially if you're in your front yard, there's a lot of people, coming and going. I think a lot of people think of their backyards as a little bit more of a refuge. So I would love you guys to consider doing something better than you have like a very low, kind of the typical Wellington low fence, but I don't know how I don't think there's a measurement for how far that is, but I think that trail is going to be really, really heavily used. And so I would love you guys to consider something a little more privacy for those homes that it goes to.
That was actually a comment from Alan on Planning Commission, Kelly. And so after that, we moved the trail and shifted about half of the landscaping over to the private lot side. And so there will be additional landscape on each one of the lots during the Class D review, just the minimum requirements. But we can look at just ensuring that happens. The home is going to be set up a little higher than the trail itself.
Yeah, I saw that.
And that should help as well.
Well, maybe consider evergreens or something, because the aspen just don't provide any cover whatsoever.
Okay.
I like to sunbathe in my backyard.
Please provide some privacy.
That trail, one of the maps, if you go that way, it referenced that it's a bike trail. So the orange from there are all along the back. I'd love to see that be multi-use, because I think right now that little green pod is pedestrian, but there's no way to access it, if you follow the terms of the colors there.
Yeah, the colors are overlapping here. So this will be multi-use, and the goal is that we have signage that connects or directs bicycles off this direction and peds and dogs this direction.
And I think there's certainly value in having peds go out to the network connected stuff as well. That's the purple, right? So bikes, yeah, that's great that bikes will get routed off there. That's super.
It'll say both can, but we just heard a lot about conflicts from all of you in the past. And so wanted to create that specialty loop for morning dog walk.
Yeah, and that's certainly, I love the pedestrian non-network connected piece. Like, that's awesome. Would love personally to see connectivity into that easternmost amenity space. I know it's steep back in there, but getting foot traffic from there up into that dog walk loop, I think makes some sense despite the topography. And then the only other concern I've got is I worry about the door on the composting and the recycling for the neighbors in that vicinity. Would love to, the further away that is in my mind,
Bang,
the
bang,
better.
bang.
It's going to negate us having that glass drop off there too. It's just too close to
Yeah,
the house.
it's gonna make everybody crazy.
Too loud.
Yeah. Anything else?
Can't have everything everywhere.
Yeah, you can. Righty. With that, is there a motion?
I don't know, how would you,
We'll go to the,
I am. but
go to the first page.
I just, I
There's
was
a
looking
motion
at the-
right at the bottom.
I
of the
was
first
just
page.
looking at the set, at the,
Well, I was gonna do public hearing after we did our normal make a motion.
Jesus Christ.
It's not how I have ever done it. I've always made a motion first and then opened it to public hearing.
I don't recall.
Is anyone?
I'm ready to move.
If you've done it that way,
I'm ready to motion.
I've never,
Yeah, we're just not
seriously,
gonna
never
vote
done it other than the way we normally do it. If I gotta do it a different way, that's fine.
if you want to give me time to pull up your legislative rules, but
Yeah. I can't believe I've been in violation all this time.
I've made some mistakes over my tenure as a town
You
council
actually
person.
haven't.
Yeah. No one's perfect.
Being a criminal.
No one's perfect. Yeah, yeah.
On point all the
Yeah.
time, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
it's 2021. We have very little procedural problems there, so. I
It's
don't
good putting the
often
pressure
look
on
at
her
this.
like
know.
this.
Sweating, you can see it.
Jeez.
I'm
Let's talk about something so that
Yeah,
person doesn't
take the
feel
pressure
so.
All right. Let me tell about.
I like the
also.
word.
Just read it, go,
Look, Kelly and I gave a,
Confirm that we're, so I know Dick is available. I want to confirm that we can lock in May 16th we would start in the morning. I don't know that it'll be all day. It might be 4 or 5 hours, depending, but might be 6. I don't know.
Yeah, at the peril of my marriage, I talked to Ellie and I am available May 16th. And since I got to be here for the 16th, I might as well show up early for the 12th. When's the meeting before the 16th?
9th? The 15th?
First meeting in May is the 9th.
I'll get back to you on that, but I'll definitely be here for the 16th.
It's in the morning.
5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Kelly, yes.
Rick will feed you.
Oh.
Flip an omelet for him.
And if you have anything you want to discuss, that is a longer sort of topic that's something you want to, really flesh out.
Here's some things that Eric has
Yeah,
thrown
that's what I
out to
wanted
us
to
to think about.
Okay.
What does the council really want to see come out of this whole Riverwalk? Looking at it from the big picture, wants to talk a little more about transit and what we're doing, what are we measuring? Are we looking, do we want, if we start to see reductions in some ridership, but are we trying to look at how we're improving ridership? I think a bigger conversation about recreation in general and, how much are we gonna put into that and how are we dividing up what's important for our community? REMP, as you heard him say, he'd like a little more time to talk about REMP. And then the expansion of BOSAP was something we thought we could add in there.
and
So, there's 5 items right there that.
Discussion about, so anything else you guys have that you come up with?
Center, was that one you wanted to
Riverwalk
say?
Center was another one.
There's 6
Future-
right there.
Future of the Riverwalk.
We haven't done any major changes, into that thing we studied it extensively years ago and bathrooms and different stuff.
Path there. Yeah.
I think, you do not follow Robert's rules and luckily you don't follow state rules. So I think you can handle it the way you handled it in the past.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. And if we have to change it, just. No, I don't. Just do the same thing over and over and over and, hopefully it's right. You got a motion?
Yes, in keeping with Bob's rule of decorum, I make a motion to approve the Stilson Master Plan Town Project PL 2023-0034 located in 710 Wellington Road. The project having passing the point analysis of positive 6+ points under the developmental code relative policies and meeting all the developmental code absolute policies. I'm waiting for second.
Second.
Right.
Todd was parched right in front of the microphone. I thought you were going.
Public comment. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this? Passing analysis for the Stables property. No, with that, public hearing is closed. Any discussion from council?
I think this is gonna be cool.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be cool
I
too.
think it is, and plus I can get a job shoveling roofs.
I won't lie, this has really fit in with our discussion with the mayor's or the governor's office about this whole housing piece and working with a private developer and utilizing town resources and the fact that what the governor's proposing doesn't really work for us because we have good partners up here anyway, that makes it easy to do things that fit into the community and fit into the goal of the council rather than just a developer coming in and doing whatever they want.
Right.
Like a lot of people have said to me over many years on planning and council, there are a lot of developers that will say the project is better for having gone through the process and fits into the community better. And that's, I think, really important to us. So thank you for all the work. And with that, roll call.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Beckerman, Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right. We have report of the town manager and staff.
We've covered some of it, but the last thing I want to get is the Colorado Municipal League, CML, their conference.
Oh, yeah.
Is in at the Gaylord down, which is that giant place out by DEA in Aurora. And it's June 26th, 27th, and 28th, which is unusual because usually it's at the back half of the week. But it is now Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the 27th happens to be a town council day for us. So, couple of things I went through. Number one, I'd like to know, I mean, we booked a block of 5 rooms down there in anticipation if some of you want to go. You know, if enough people want to go, do we want to consider canceling that council meeting?
I'm not gonna be here.
What date is that again?
27th.
Of
June. Second meeting in June.
What's this thing again?
Kelly and I won't be here. So
Are you
we
guys
should
going somewhere
probably-
together? Or where are you guys
What
going?
is it? What
We
do you,
need to
what is
know.
this thing?
Oh, Colorado Municipal League.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly.
Go in your last year, but you know.
Yeah.
It's an important one to go to because of everything that's coming out of the state house and all the
Yeah.
disruption to what we're doing. So.
That's what I was gonna suggest, Eric. You know, with what's happening down there right now, this might be a meeting that's kind of important.
Yeah. Yeah, I normally honestly wouldn't go to this one, but with 12:55 and 2:13 and who knows what else. Yeah, what else is coming up? I think it's good for us to keep our presence.
So who thinks they might be interested in going? Eric?
I'm going.
Carol? All right.
I'll probably go too, Rick.
Yeah, I got that. So I just want to make sure because, and it'd be one for, so we'll probably have enough rooms. I don't see us needing more than 5.
Yeah.
What about canceling the meeting? I think trying to come back here and lose a whole day would be a pain.
I mean, I won't be here and Kelly won't be here, which means Jeffrey has to run the meeting and he'd rather not be here. As the senior member.
Yeah, I'm okay taking that day off.
I mean, we'll just look at it. I mean, I don't know if it creates problems for you guys in planning. We have to approve anything, but.
Yeah, just get delayed.
Yeah, or just
Is
kind
that
of
all right?
see what you got on the agenda. Yeah,
Bring it early.
Is that okay?
depends.
Okay.
But we have to, I think we have to do something formally to cancel, so,
Have that little note thing, remember?
yeah, so we'll look at that. We'll look at canceling that.
Sticky note?
That's all.
Okay. So to continue on our discussions of 213, did you see they just sent the amendments?
No.
We have the amendments. I don't even know what they mean. They're like impossible to read. Well, I just got them just now while they were presenting. I was trying to read them.
What are you talking about?
The new amendments came out from Lenny. This is the new, you know, who knows? I mean, the first page says older adults represent the fastest growing segment of Colorado's population. I don't even know what the heck.
Talking to you?
Is it too?
It just came. I mean,
Targeted.
maybe. I don't, it starts with the definitions, so I don't know. Kirsten's gonna have to look through this whole thing because it's just, it is completely Greek
She loves it.
to me. I mean, it's all page 33, line 27, strike rural resort job center.
Oh,
So,
that's exactly what Kirsten was.
Let's strike it everywhere.
yeah, page 34 also. So anyway, so hopefully we got somewhere. The hearing was, testifying was pretty cool.
You killed it. That was
Thanks,
so
man.
cool. That was so cool.
It was very fortunate that I got to be alone at the table.
No one else showed up.
That no one else showed up.
At first you were kind of like,
Sitting on the end, then I moved over because of the. Well, and I was supposed to be up there with Councilwoman from Steamboat, who is
Yeah, they're kind of windy.
She's tough, man. She's really tough. I thought, well, I won't be able to say anything, but it worked out well. I don't know if they listened, but there was an amazing amount of people there. They went on, there was 400 people signed up to talk.
Whoa.
Yeah. And it went
11
till like
o'clock at night,
midnight or
still
something.
going or
Yeah, it went forever.
Eric, was the majority opposed?
No, the majority of the people that were signed up were pro, but the majority of people that were signed up were brought in by organizations like Sweep, who are really pushing this thing. So there was a whole cadre of people standing around in the hall that needed housing. And that was I hear that as it went on through the evening, that's, more of what there was. I mean, like Kirsten said, the metro mayors have come out against it. CCI, which is all the counties, have come out against it, 45-17, which was a pretty big deal. CML, I thought, did a great job. I mean, Bomber's been a little caustic on this whole thing, but he was outstanding in the hearing, and so was their attorney. What's his name?
Robert Sheasley.
Yeah, man, he was great. I was disappointed. The attorney that has been in here representing Grand Timber spoke in favor. And there's one thing in this that really has aggravated me. And that is this talking point that the other side has that says something to the effect of local government does not have the experience to do land use and to handle things like housing. And I guess that means that only the state has the experience to do it. And I honestly call bullshit on that. I think that is just that I was in the hall talking to a commissioner from Adams County who spoke in favor, and that was her talking point. And she was in the hall telling me how she had been doing this for 13 years. And I said, well, I beg to differ with you, but I've been doing this for almost 30 years. So I don't think that has any relevance on any of this, So anyway, we'll keep pushing. Open space.
We haven't had a meeting and I will say I'm very excited that the incumbents got back on. And also I'm very excited of the quality of the crop that applied. And so, but no, nothing's going on.
Tourism, Dick?
We haven't had a meeting since the strategic strategic retreat. There was the summer preview, which a handful of people were at. So, but no meeting.
History, Carol?
We had a meeting last week. Breckenridge is really excited about the possibilities with Dry Gulch. So their first step is to survey, see what's historically significant, and then get back with Scott and go from there. Talked about 2024 capital projects. So that's going to be the Welcome Center Museum update, something with Mountain Pride, looking at the Reliance and interpretive signs, and that'll change a little bit. And the Milne project is on time and on budget.
Sweet. Creative arts.
Yeah, we've got an exec committee meeting coming up, so more to follow after that.
Excellent. Events?
Just what's in the packet. And then also I wanted to let you guys know that there's sort of a new table being created that all the events are in. And I think at some point it would be really cool for the council to look at it because it's, it's got sustainability and
Where is it?
equity and what?
Where is it?
We'll bring it.
Okay.
We've still been reviewing it.
Okay.
But I think it's really helpful. I think it's a good way for us to look at events and, what's community-based and what's fundraising-based. Those are by far the most. And then we've got a couple branding and a couple that are just to build business, that are building business. But I think it's very helpful. That's it.
Cool. Childcare, Jay.
Still no meeting. I think we have May 3rd is supposed to be our next meeting.
Just to add to that, we are looking at a countywide IGA for the countywide childcare program. It's been drafted, and so Each community, each partner organization is reviewing it. Kirsten's looking at it. I've got staff looking at it to see what's in it, but the hope is that we'll be bringing that to you shortly to really kick off this countywide child tuition assistance program.
Workforce housing.
Nothing to add other than the update from Lori, which that crew's crushing it. So good work if you're here.
Anything to add, Dick? All right, social equity.
We have a meeting next week.
All right,
We have a position posted, so if you know anyone.
a whole bunch of people sitting here talking to us just a little while ago.
Yeah, we should reach out to every one of them.
Yeah.
Not me, but somebody should.
We can nudge those applicants, right?
Yeah.
We could.
Yeah.
That's another commission. I mean, last time we had one spot and 10 plus applicants, so.
Get a bunch.
I do
I
feel
hope we
like
get a
that's
bunch.
why town cleanup, having everybody there, you know, talking about their organization and
Yeah.
or committee or whatever, you know, whether it's people who want to recruit for their board. It just seems like we
Seems
should
like the
get
right
the
time to do it.
information out there. Yeah.
Other matters.
I got two.
ahead.
Andy
Wanna
Canzanella.
string stuff?
No, no, I'm gonna save that one. Andy Canzanella from over in the Vale Valley offered up a field trip if we wanted to get, you kind of learn a little bit more about what they're doing last mile logistics wise as we evaluate our materials management. He's got the next 2 Fridays open where there's activity in Vale. Otherwise, he says June is probably good. So let me know if we should organize a field trip there. And then I guess a question to the greater group with the sustainability goals of the council. Do we want to change the menu for the town cleanup and go away from beef? Throwing it out there.
Dick's not here, so we could really.
The beef.
I mean, anything would be more sustainable.
No, for
Chicken.
are we talking about the town cleanup?
Yeah.
Grill,
What?
usually brats and
How about we get whatever you pick up on the road?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's fine for us because we're enlightened. But for the people that, you know, that volunteer and, you know, bring their kids and stuff and then, you know, then we give them a hay burger. But that's just me.
I tend to agree with Jeffrey.
I agree with Todd, but I'm not gonna fight this one there. I
Yeah.
think that might be a.
I'd like to get a look at his colon.
God. Colon on the thing that says we can call. Probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Carol?
Oh, I think we need to know what the alternatives would be. If there's a decent alternative, there is something about like everyone picnicking, sitting there, like the food, how can we get it out warm? So I'd like to know what the alternative would be.
We could have Public Works just kind of scope that out and see if there are any alternatives.
I would love that. I think we should at least.
We could have options at least to start for this year.
Maybe there's a progression there.
Oh, is fish? Is
Other than
fish
him looking at my
sustainable?
goal.
Or you could do, I mean, yeah. Chicken is hard to cook too, and we serve like.
yeah, you don't want raw chicken.
No, you don't want right. Yeah,
Cheap.
right.
It could be, yeah, it could be.
I'm easy. I can go either way on that.
It looks like we're indecisive enough that we should probably keep it as is for this year and then maybe
Yeah.
start looking at it.
I like
During the
plan
Owens
for it.
administration?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
The
go
whole
with
thing tanks
just,
because.
yeah,
But I think
all pre-
last year
We
we
could have
ran out of
beer.
veggie burgers, right?
We do have veggie burgers.
But we
yeah.
ran out of them.
No, but I do Beyond Beef, but that's not not that good,
No, it's-
sustainable
that's
either.
not.
It's not as good for you.
Oh, yeah. I have another matter.
Did you have a, oh no, that was both of them? Yeah, what's your other matter?
The chief, I guess, it was like a Zumba class at the rec center, so he wasn't at that work session. And I just wondered what his thoughts was on this concealed carry thing that we've been talking about.
You gonna make him come down here for this?
Well, you know what?
You should honor him with
If he
the
wants to
comment.
stay fit, he's gotta, you know.
Well, if
He
he was
can't
doing
just
Zumba.
Well, I know, but yeah, he doesn't, he dogs it in Zumba.
Couldn't handle one of those classes at all.
Yeah.
With where Kirsten got with it, I can support it.
Okay.
Yeah, and hey, if it's okay with Chief and Kirsten, I'm in, you know.
Guns over there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, seriously, just so this doesn't get misinterpreted, we will have time when we bring this back in draft form and can get some input, more input from Chief Bear.
Okay.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Just this is our first meeting with closed captioning, so thanks for figuring out.
We have closed captioning?
We do. I've been reading it all night. It's actually really cool.
Yeah.
That's why when you said colon, it said call.
Oh, good.
Yeah, which is a good thing. I'd like to have a look at your
When you
call.
said Colin, it's-
Jay, anything? All right. Anything else for the good of the order? Yes.
Someone asked-
Yeah, Eric, I've got one.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dick.
I had a couple realtors, Schlegel and Michelle Hart approached me with concerns around, cedar shingles. I guess there's still one, Peter Spala's subdivision, you know, up, near Snowflake. It still requires cedar shake shingles. And they have a client that's trying to get her roof replaced and cannot get, property insurance with a new cedar shake roof. And, you know, Peter won't work with them to eliminate that requirement of the HOA. I honestly feel, I've been talking to Matt Benedict at Red, White and Blue. And he's sent me some good information. I've been talking to Truckee and I think he's open to it. Right now, we allow them in the code because they can be treated, and right after they're treated for a year or so, you know, they meet the code for fire resistance. But you have to treat those things damn near every year, as we all know from the UV what it does to our paint and stuff. And I don't think that we want to try to inspect these roofs every year and ensure that they're being treated. And according to Matt Benedict, after, you know, a couple years of not being retreated, these roofs are very flammable. And he provided some data and some statistics and such. And, you know, Mark would want to do this with the county, but I think he felt like that we could get there with the county. I'd like to propose that we consider having an ordinance preventing cedar shake shingles due to the fire risk.
Mark?
Yeah, I think Dick described it well. Right now, we allow them, as does the county, as does Frisco everywhere in the county, if it meets a fire, Class A fire rating, which means there's a lot, there's treatment in the underlayment, and then the shingles are treated. But like Dick says, they dry out over time. The county used to actually have an inspection program where they would go out and look at those on a every other year basis or something like that, but that got lost when, because of, numbers of people they had working there and able to do that. It just didn't become a high priority. So the only thing we'd like an opportunity to do is meet with the county and the other jurisdictions just to see if they might be on board with doing this in a collective effort. If not, we could certainly go on our own.
Do we have many, other than Chapala's neighborhood, do we have many other?
I'm not aware of them. We've never done any kind of inventory, so it's not something we see a lot of.
Eric, according to Matt Benedict from Red, White and Blue, that is the only HOA that still requires them. There used to be a bunch, but that is the only one left.
And he won't allow her to use the fake shingles?
Nope.
Surprising, because he's really such a reasonable guy. Well, I think it's pretty important, so
Everybody's okay with us looking further into this? and
Let's
looking at
figure
the
out a
guide?
path, huh? Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, Mark, I really appreciate you making time to look at this with me.
Anything else?
I have one thing.
Yes.
At the pay as you throw conversation, one of the women asked me if the town of Breck would consider scaling back our flowers and landscaping, like, you know, out by 7-Eleven and things, just because we are doing sustainability efforts and but I told her I didn't know the specifics on water use and what kind of.
I don't either. I think we'd have to have James talk about it.
Yeah.
I kind of parted with John Warner back in previous administrations. I think those medium things, I don't think they're necessary. And I think they're hard to service, they're hard to water. And yeah, I mean, people going by 40, 30 miles an hour. What do they care about a flower?
I don't know.
There's
They love it. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they do. And I'm sure they love it in town. They love it when they're walking, but when they're driving by and, I mean, it's going to cleanse their palate before they get to 7-Eleven.
the big one is pretty lush in the middle.
Yeah.
right, As you're coming in. I'm sure we're already under contract for this summer.
Whatever.
I mean, if it's something we want to look at and we
I think
have
we
to look
should.
at, do we want something more permanent? Because we also have to close
The road.
that road down at least 2 or 3 times over the summer to go in and deadhead. and Do the
Well, it'd
stuff.
be nice if we knew the specifics. I mean, I didn't even know how to talk to her about it. I said, I'll for sure bring that up, but I didn't know if, we have.
Do we use gray water or do we use?
Yeah.
Bottled
Water.
water.
So I think there's a lot.
Go to
a lot
city,
we can think
go to
about.
city market, get
Water,
bottled
yeah.
water, yeah. That's good, We are the kingdom. Yeah, so, yeah, whatever. Lost another one.
No, you actually didn't. We're gonna look into it.
Oh, good.
At the retreat, we could have a 2-day retreat.
The fake astroturf like they had at Frisco for a
Yeah.
long time.
I love that stuff. Yeah.
Finish putting concrete in everywhere.
Anything else?
Flowers and medium.
This thing got wildly out of control. All right. Nobody said anything. Here's the quote right here. She blamed the lack of